And we are live. Welcome everyone to, I'm going to call it the semi-finale of Raiders of the Lost Coins. When I say semi-finale, that does not mean that the next session will be the finale. I suspect that it will take us multiple sessions to get to it, but it is in sight. We are beginning what should be the climax of all the things we've done up until this point. Should be fantastic. Or it'll be a complete disaster because I wrote it and, I may have overlooked some huge plot device. Anyway, we have Kizik, Ghost, Thodubs here live on Tabletop Simulator. Ronan is via the phone, so we have our full party, but, with Ronan on actual vacation, he is going to have some odd sound. I'm just going to go ahead and get that statement out of the way because I know there will be complaints in the recording about the sound. That is just something we're going to have to deal with tonight. All right. I'm going to start with my recollection of the session you guys had a month ago that I did not watch while prepping this session, which is a cardinal sin on the GM's part, and I apologize. In the last session, you gentlemen arrived on a remote planet in the New Colchis system. It has a Droyan village next to an abandoned city. And you'd heard rumors that there was a site here that may have Droyan artifacts like the one you were looking for. And may in fact have a very specific artifact like the one you were looking for. You encountered and successfully negotiated with that Droyan village, finding out that a advanced team had come in and stolen these 3 power orbs from them that kept the village running. And they gave you the location of where they thought this team went. Well, where they knew this team went, because they had sent warriors to try to bring their power orbs back and been slaughtered. Evil, serpent-like creatures. You followed this lead to find that your old friends from the Zenith of Discovery, your rival crew, was there working with Serpentina and the Temple of Synthetic Unity at a ancient site, trying to unlock something important, and that they had used the medallion of rebirth that Zigzag had been, chasing, and that they had stolen from you in the first episode to attempt to do this, but they had no idea what to do. Because of all this, and all of the factors that went with it, you guys decided to stake out the camp. A unique opportunity presented itself to Zigzag, who was able to get his hands on the coin, but had to make a strategic choice to steal this medallion rather than any of the other options that were made available to him. This led to a brilliant car chase, and you guys ended up ducking into the abandoned and supposedly cursed and haunted city, according to the locals, and finding a car park, the dilapidated structure of a car park that you were able to zip into with your air raft car and lay low as the enemy is now zipping overhead and looking for you. You guys fell asleep that night, and you left most of your camping gear at the original site, so you guys have makeshift camping gear here in this little car park area. And we will be starting the new session. We're starting this session, depending on how a few questions are answered. But first I want to ask, did my recap miss anything blaringly important? Because I didn't rewatch the previous episode.
That sounded good to me. I think you caught everything.
Ringing endorsements from everybody?
You don't forget that after we stole the coin back from them, that the people from Zenith Discovery and the Serpentina aren't exactly on friendly odds. Like they're working together, but you can tell they're working together out of necessity, not out of desire.
Indeed, you guys did witness that, and that is an important thing to remember. They hate each other. They just hate you more. Any other tidbits of information? Kizik, Thodubs?
Skimming my notes, I didn't see anything glaringly different.
Kizik, how is our sound?
Thodubs can come up if he can.
That would require Thodubs himself to adjust his volume.
Okay, so I need to adjust volume up.
For your microphone. Anything that I missed during the recap?
We saw robot people. I don't know if I know that their temple is synthetic unity, but we saw two of like the same person at the zenith of Discovery site.
Yeah. They're not actually the same person. Just because you have to use the same token for tabletop simulator restrictions does not mean that they are like identical. Same thing with the Serpentines. They're not all just those two models. They're as unique and diverse as any other species. That's what one of the things earlier when I was putting this table together. I was telling Kizik, I put these tables together using broad strokes because there are many, many, many details that if I just went down every rabbit hole, this one adventure would be thousands of items on each page. And Tabletop Simulator doesn't really cope well with that. So what you see in front of you is a very generic view of what is there. Sometimes my players specifically have a tendency to look and say, well, that's a blank page, and there would be a box or something there if the GM wanted us to notice something. That is 100% not the case on this map. Please do not be afraid to say, I look around, or to look for specific things that aren't on the map. There will be many, many, many opportunities during this session for you to do things that there isn't necessarily a map part for it. I just couldn't get... this is one of those maps that had so many little offshoots and rabbit holes that I decided the best way to do it was to have a broad strokes map that should cover all the main points we need to cover, and then do rabbit holes, mostly theater of the mind. Does everyone kind of understand where I'm coming from with that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I knew you would.
Affirmative.
Yeah.
Theater of the mind works for me.
Okay. All right. So, I also sent Ghost some notes. And for the opening of this session, I'm speaking specifically to Ghost as a player, not to Zigzag as a character. I sent you some notes that basically reference some stuff that's happened in previous sessions and how that's sort of been ongoing in the background. Because our good buddy Ronan made it, I don't have to narratively take control of the session and do the thing I had to do, or I thought I was going to have to do if he wasn't here. So what I would like to have you do is understand that all these dreams are getting more and more intense that we've been talking about. And in your dreams now, you have the strongest desire in the middle of the night, your first night sleeping in this car park, to enter this building that is very scary and next to where you guys have parked. And the reason it's not as scary in the car park, by the way, is because back behind the car, and I couldn't find a good way to notate this, but this is open to the air. There's like sun coming in when the sun is up anyway. So like there's a very easy way out. You are like 3 stories in the air, but like there's an opening here as of where these other sides are shuttered, closed.
Okay.
So going into this big scary building is probably not something you guys would normally want to do, but your compulsion to do so is currently very, very high. Due to the visions your character's been having. Okay? And just, party member wise, this is normally the kind of thing you do in secret communication as a GM. However, with the stream, I've found that secret communications are difficult for the stream to understand what's going on because they aren't privy to it. So I've instead decided to take the approach of I will talk to Ghost as a player, and I want the rest of the players to understand that your characters don't know this information. And we'll see if we can make that work. Okay. So what I'd like to do now is we'll start with an opening. Since I did the recap, I'd like to start with a brief of you guys pulled in here, landed, you had to make shift arrangements, and I just want to know what everyone has been doing up till and including, going to sleep, bedding down for the evening after having pulled in here and landed. And we will start with Kizik because he's at the top of the list.
Otto and Gus have done a little bit of exploring. We found one of these pillars. Gus lays down. I put my body on him, and we get a kind of makeshift tarp, and we make ourselves as comfortable as we can and try to rest throughout the night.
Do me a favor and use the ones back here. Okay? So you've basically just makeshift a shelter, and you're laying your head down on your robot.
Yeah, I couldn't be more comfortable.
Okay? I like that. Ghost, let's talk about Zigzag.
Yeah, I I would have stayed up for the first shift, and during that shift, I would have probably tried to scrounge up as much rations as I could. Any coffee grounds that maybe I have stored somewhere, and I would have just really taken stock of any stock that I have for food. But then, after my shift, I would have tried to get some sleep, and I'm sure that things. I haven't been sleeping well lately.
Okay. That also fits with your character. Odubs?
Hey, it might be all that coffee you're drinking there, Zigzag. I know it's been kind of backing me up a little bit, but so I've been kind of taking notes and keeping track of what's going on. I am staying inside the, I think we called it the car. I just kind of getting ready for the adventure, making sure that I have my gear ready, and getting prepped up, making sure that I am good to go.
You curl up in front seat or back seat?
Backseat.
Yeah. And Ronan?
I think first thing I would do is help out with zigzagging, looking for supplies and making sure that biologically, with what I have left in the car and whatnot, that it's safe for us to consume if we need to, and making sure that like the area immediately around us, like there's nothing like any of the spooky, scary stuff going on. So just kind of going through the floor that we're on and making sure that we're not being able to be seen and whatnot, and then curling up underneath the car at the back side of the car and try to get some sleep while I'm not on shift.
You'll be probably the warmest or second warmest of the crew, because you're right next to the engines. So you guys won't have explored too deep into this parking garage. It's massive and cavernous, and at night it would have been the kind of black that swallows a flashlight. And you guys would have pulled in here at night. So I'm going to say that you haven't gone more than a very short radius around the car. Zigzag, can you roll me whatever you would think would be a sort of mental discipline check?
My dice rolled a 6. I have a +2 intellect, so that's a 8. And then if I looked into my skills for some sort of mental fortitude, I don't really see anything. Do you guys see anything?
That's why I let you pick, is because they don't.
Yeah.
Traveler doesn't do this particular skill really well unless you're psionic, which you're not. So I would take any particular skill you wanted to throw on top.
Yeah, I get you.
Whatever flavor of discipline, whatever way Zigzag keeps. You know what? He concentrates on cooking, so maybe that's his way of like, I'm going to focus on this.
Yeah,
myself
right on. So that's an 8.
Okay. Alrighty. So you are not compelled to just walk into the building without your friends. The sun does start to come up. The sounds of the city are surprisingly active. Yes, I know I'm streaming. Thank you for telling me. So when I say surprisingly active, I mean at night there's all sorts of sounds of animals and things moving around, and then in the morning there's still sounds, but one of the things that wakes you guys is you hear the sound of a starship overhead it's coming and going, so it's pretty easy for you guys to determine that it's circling or doing some sort of search pattern in the city. At least one ship.
At the end of my shift, I'm gonna wake up Zane. Hey Zane, sun's coming up. I hear this ship. Do you hear that? It sounds like a starship doing some sort of search patterns. Running in circles,
Yeah.
you hear it?
Definitely hear it. Let's make sure we stay away from any ability for it to see us. So, keep the car turned off. Make sure we don't go poke our heads out in any visible line of sight. But at the same time, let's see if we can catch a glimpse of what, like, if it's somebody we know, if it's the Zenith of Discovery, or if it's, maybe we can see if it's like the Serpentine ship, or some sort of intelligence on it. But more importantly, we stay hidden from it.
Yeah,
And so we should wake everybody else up and let them know what's going on, and do it quietly.
All right. Hey, one more thing. I know we're like down on rations and we might be here for a little while, so looking around is definitely a good idea. But over there, I kind of like point vaguely in the direction of the building. I'm getting like these. Like, you ever have the feathers on the back of your neck stand up? It's kind of like that.
Never had feathers to stand up on the back of my neck, but the hairs on the back of my neck, like,
Yeah.
that worked for me.
Bart said something about goosebumps. I thought humans had. You don't have feathers?
Nope.
Huh. Okay. I thought maybe like in your nether regions, but sorry. Anyway, I've got a weird feeling about that building over there, and I think we should definitely check it out. But maybe we don't need to say anything to everybody else. I don't know how these feelings are really mean what they. I think they mean. I'm confused.
I mean, you did warn us about the giant ice snake thingy.
It's more than that, I think. It's starting to get kind of scary.
Okay, well, I think we got a couple options here. We can go check it out because we may be here for a while. Our ride's not supposed to be back here for what? We still got like a week and a half before they get back. And I don't think that our rations are going to hold, so we got to find something to eat. So maybe we go over there and check it out. Out of necessity. But we got to be careful.
All right, let's get the others.
Sweet.
I go and poke John.
Oh, hey, hey, what's up, Zigzag?
Unfortunately, no coffee this morning, buddy. But there's some sort of starship or something out there, so we're all trying to lay low. So don't go towards the edges. But I think we're gonna go exploring today.
Oh, that sounds fun. I love to go exploring, and yeah, those sounded kind of familiar. But yeah, that's you definitely starship. Yeah, let's. I'll definitely keep it quiet.
Let's go get Weber. Poke him in the face.
Not a squawk to wake me up.
Cock-a-doodle-doo!
Oh man, where are we? We're in a Okay. I'm here, guys. I think I heard a starship. Maybe I was dreaming about it. I was out open in the dungeon. Oh yeah.
You definitely heard a starship, and sorry about my morning crow. I've been kind of working on it with Kaka, but practicing anyway.
It was good. What's the plan for today? No, it's me. I should be coming up with a plan. We gotta explore a little bit and see what we can see. We gotta lay low 10 days.
Exploring. Yeah, that's right. Good work.
Yeah, gotta know our lands, but we also gotta not get spotted by they got a ship that is specially designed to catch people and big game.
Right. So I heard a starship earlier. You might have heard it. Yeah, you heard it too. So we're gonna stay away from these edges. Maybe go in towards the center. I was talking to Zane earlier. Maybe check out some of the interior.
Yeah, that sounds okay to me. We should have weapons and like be safe. There was a lot of sounds last night that Gus here makes a great white noise and kind of drowned it all out.
Otto, give me perception. It can be from Gus, if that's helpful.
That's a 10 plus 1 plus 2 for a 13.
From your place at the from your place at the edge of the encampment closest to the open bays, you would have seen in the sunrise when you woke up a swarm of 20 to 30 foot-long bat-like creatures off in the distance. You can't really tell their exact shape or composure or what they look like, but they are birds or bats, and they seem to be roosting in the ruins and flying back and forth. They make a very creepy noise even when they're just flying, and their screeches are something out of a horror movie.
Those are big bats.
Did you see them? Did you hear the sounds that they were making?
Sorry. Yes, they're terrifying.
Those are not Droian, right?
I don't think so. Must be something native here.
Can a Droian go feral?
I think so.
I've never heard of that either. But yeah, those look scary. You don't want to get attacked by a swarm of those.
Can you still see them?
No, though
Put 'em
they.
out?
Well, they nested way over there. Looks like they're nesting in like just the ruin somewhere.
And so
Maybe that's why it's
As long as they
haunted.
stay over there, and we're here. I'm good with that.
Otto's seen them. If you guys want to wait long enough from his point of view, he was just the one that was close enough to see it. If you wait long enough, you will see swarms of them swooping down into the city, like canyons of the city, and then coming back up.
Oh, can you show me where you're standing? So I'll stand there and take a look for them.
Yeah. I point out to where I last saw them, and I say, "Oh, you're a biology guy. You might love all of this. I'm just a little creeped out."
Absolutely. Now, I would like to see, and keep an eye out for them, and then from a biological standpoint, like what you can see from, or what you can figure out from that far away, like wings, shape of, like, do they have a beak or a mouth, what their teeth look like, anything like that I can see that potentially might give us some information about them.
Well, if you guys are spending the time to do that, give me a perception check. Once again, I'm assuming you can take pictures with your binoculars.
Yep.
See if your new dice are dice cursed.
I got a whole whopping 4 natural.
Okay. You need
And
you need your sheet.
Yeah, my sheet is a whole lot of 0 on recon, and I think it's 1.
Yep, so 1
What's good for
intellect.
intelligence? Either way, that's still just 5 and not good enough for anything.
Okay. I mean, you would still see the same thing that Otto saw. Like, they're just really far off in the distance. They're bat-like, but they're moving too quick, and it's too hard at that distance to see them in any kind of detail that would give you any information. But 20 or 30 of them in a swarm.
Roger. Thank you. Hey guys, they're still out there. Let's keep our eyes open for them and kind of let them do their thing for now.
While they're distracted with the bats, I'm gonna make sure the medallion is safe. Put it in my pocket.
Okay. It's pretty big for your pocket, but you put it in your backpack. You have the thing that it slides into, so it would seat together. And you've been carrying that, I think, the whole time.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that's just part of your backpack.
Everything is slotted together. I have the leader stick too.
Yeah. You carry that like a lightsaber on your belt, or is it in your backpack?
Well, the Azorg usually have some sort of staff with them, but I have left my normal staff at home and have replaced it with the leader stick.
Cool. Oh, I really like that little bit of flavor. Did you like put a metal extension on it, or are you just keeping it as it was?
I'm leaving it as is right now because I don't know if modifying it in any way is going to mess it up. But
Okay.
I have been practicing standing with it.
Okay. I really like that flavor. All right.
Gentlemen, we can look at bats all day, or we can try to figure out if we can, get any rations together or find our way out of here.
All right. You want to explore the rest of the garage, or let's see where the garage takes us first.
Yeah, maybe work our way west.
Any of you have thermal vision?
Sure do.
Okay. There are definitely things alive in this garage. Rodents, reptiles, which you can still see even though it's thermal. And over in this general area, there is a non-localized raise in ambient temperature.
Gentlemen, we are not alone down here. There's creatures of different species and sizes. Something weird over there in that back corner. Something like it's got a residual heat or radiant. It's weird.
Is that going to be the problem to our rations?
What, do you think we could eat it?
If it's alive and we unalive it, then I think we could. You can skin and eat just about anything.
Look, I'll eat rodent, but I don't know if you guys will want to eat rodent, even with me cooking it. I don't have, spices and salts and stuff. Let's see if we can find, a candy shop or something.
Let's also remember we're trying to stay quiet, and most of our weapons, we have revolvers and things like that. Those make noise. Pretty significant amounts of noise.
Yeah, my accelerator rifle is pretty loud.
All right. Let's not get too close to the thing.
Otto,
But at the same time, let's not be afraid.
All right, go ahead.
Let's not be afraid to use our weapons, because that's why we have them. And unless the spaceship is listening specifically for them, I don't know that we'll be able. We'll give our way position away to the things in the city with us. Probably not to the spaceship off of just sound. Just my thought.
I do know if we got any kind of weird creatures in there, I'm kind of very happy that I have my gun with me.
Because it
But yeah,
didn't.
definitely.
Didn't you have a flechette pistol as your primary weapon?
Yeah, I have a flechette pistol with smart rounds.
Oh, no, they're not. Okay. There you go. You didn't have a card for it. That's why I was asking.
Gentlemen, if you would, I think we've all discussed not maybe walking very loudly and things like that. So I'll take point, and if you guys could try to be as sneaky as possible, let's head north first.
That sounds great. You've got the best eyes.
That I do.
I'll be right behind you on your left.
I'll take the rear.
Would you like a recon roll?
Yeah. I was having to read a thing.
I got 8 on the dice, 12 total, because my recon is ridiculous.
That's awesome. What specifically are you looking for? If the answer is just anything, there are still rodents and such that are trying to keep out of your way. There are reptile-type creatures that seem to be hunting them. Some seem to be iguana-ish. Others are snakes. And that non-localized ambient heat over here has not changed at all.
All right, so there nothing seems predatory out here that's going to charge us from the shadows or anything like that.
I mean, snakes do bite people.
That's true. Well, let's pick our way. How far can I move on that perception roll? Can we move up to like here?
Sure.
Come on, guys.
There's quite a bit of refuse. Some of it looks like maybe at one point in time people were staying in here, but most of it looks like animal nesting and ripping of, like all the vehicles have all their wiring and stuff like chewed out and ripped out to make nests, and such like that. But there's also a few signs of like, from here you could probably see that there's a few skeletons scattered around of various kinds. So there were people in here at one point in time. Whatever happened to this city 1,000 years ago, it didn't instantly take the population away. There were survivors.
Okay. But then it's been some time since there have, like, these survivors and us, there have been generations, right?
Oh yeah. It's signs of habitation at some point mean archaeological signs, not recent activity.
4. All right, let's continue sneaking forward. I want to kind of figure out what this radiant stuff is before we can say that it's safe or not safe.
Okay.
Ooh, oh God, I flipped over. I'll be okay, guys.
You're too busy looking at the heat signature to see the trash that you slipped on.
Zigzag. Can you roll me a unarmed combat check?
Seven on the dice. I don't have any strength in my characteristic, so that's just going to be a 7. I'm trying to find the... Oh, melee. I got nothing in melee, so 7.
Actually, it's -3.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So it's
4.
So it's 4.
You can use dexterity instead of strength, right?
Can you? If that's the case, then...
This is not a melee check.
Okay.
I asked for a very specific roll for a very specific reason. But I'll let you go ahead and use dexterity. This is a grapple check. I don't think you can do that under normal circumstances, but I'll just go ahead and tell you I'm totally lenient on it because it's a difference that makes no difference. A 7 or a 4 makes no difference in this case.
Yep. I'll still get grabbed.
Yeah. So, speaking of grapple. from the ceiling, what looks like this. It looks like a piece of raggedy cloth. And too late, Zigzag realizes that it's moving as one of its tentacles lashes out and yanks Zigzag towards the center mass of it, and starts pulling it in.
Pulling me in towards the ceiling?
Yes, pulling you towards the ceiling and towards the center of its mass.
Ah!
Okay, and now we are in combat. Everyone can give me their initiatives right out of the gate.
Five.
What a terrible place to roll boxcars.
But you want to go first?
Actually, you might want to go first.
Yeah, I got a 15 total.
Oh, hell yeah.
Can I get a tech assist on my dex score? I think it's a 2.
It is a 2.
Okay, then I got an 11.
I got a 13.
The big bad got a 7.
The trash octopus.
I liked it so much I didn't bother to tell him what the real name was.
I like it.
A reset, he got a 5.
That is correct. Yep. The highest roll yet.
Okay. Well, Zigzag, I believe you go first.
Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap! I'm gonna try to hit it with my staff, which is the only thing I have out in my hand right now.
Okay. Melee bludgeon.
It sure is. 9.
So because you're in a grapple check, all of these are going to be opposed checks. So it's quite possible that this will be quite successful. Let's see. Stats. Okay, so it gets one more on top of that. And that is it. Okay, so you do hit it. You can do 2d damage, or you can attempt to do any of the grapple maneuvers, including trying to extricate yourself from its grip.
Yeah, can I use the staff to kind of like pry myself out of the octopusy, the tentacle thing?
Yeah, that's...
There we go.
So you're not going to do any damage, you're just going to get yourself out of its grip.
Yep, leverage.
Okay, you are free. Before you got to its center maw.
Bang! I go shooting out of it.
I can fly, Platt! Okay, Otto, I think it's your turn.
I watch my buddy get flown away. I'm going to steady my nerve and aim for its little center area because that's where I saw my buddy going, and I'm going to pull the trigger on my flechette pistol.
Okie dokie smoky.
Shaky hands. Rolled a 4. Aimed for a 5. Dexterity +1 for a 6. Can't shoot for a -3 for a 3.
Damn.
The good news is that you have a silenced weapon, so you're not breaking the don't make noise rule. That is a clean miss. Zayn, I believe you're next up.
Excuse me. Can I do a quick just towards the look for see if I can see any other than the maw and the tentacles? If there's like a vision, like eyeballs, or maybe central nervous system, anything like that I can spend my 6 seconds just looking for something better than just the mouth to shoot at.
You may spend your 6 seconds doing that if you would like, but I will not require you to make a roll because you would just simply pass it. And there is nothing to be found. It is a mass with a lump. It's pretty much exactly what this icon is. It's a mass with a lump in the middle and a bunch of tentacles that look like shredded fabric lurching out of it. It is semi-liquid in some parts, but for the most part, it's like a shredded blanket almost.
Okay. Thank you.
It's trash octopus time. Otto, would you please give me an unarmed check, please?
I rolled that same 4 again. I've got a -3 in unarmed, and I've got a -1 in strength for a 0.
Okay, it latches onto you and starts pulling you towards its center maw. Reese.
Okay, so I see
Help me.
Otto. I see Otto getting dragged into the thing, so I go to actually just grab my my knife and I run over to try and cut the oh gosh, the tentacle or whatever goop it is off of him to try and help free Otto.
Okay. 2 things are going to happen here. The first thing is I need you to roll a unarmed check, just like you did, for the grapple check. Second, because that was its actual attack. Oh, no, it doesn't get to do that. Okay, good. Yeah, never mind.
So just the one thing.
Yep, just the one thing. Just you roll, you're unarmed. And basically you're getting into a grapple check with it now as well.
Okay, I rolled an 8. I have a -3 in that. Gives me a 5, and strength is 0, so I have a 5.
Okay. It has a 12, so one of the other tentacles, as you're running up, like basically wraps itself around your arms at the elbows and cinches your hands together and starts pulling you in towards the center as well. You and Otto are both being pulled in. And that brings us to the top of the round. Zigzag. You've been smacked up against that column pretty good. You do not need to take damage for it, but you do need to stand as a minor action.
I will stand, and then I'm gonna pull out my whip. Da 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 da. I'm gonna try to whip Weber so that I'm in a tug of war with the octopus, and I've got Weber in the whip. Make sense?
I love it, every part of it. I don't know what skill you use for the whip, but go ahead and do it.
It is a melee, unarmed technically, but I can add my dex, which is +3, so this becomes a wash of 8.
That's an 8. That's a hit. Okay, so the way I'm going to do it is I was going to, if you failed that roll, I was going to make him take the damage of the whip. Since your intention is not to hurt him, and you passed, you've latched on to Weber. You now need to give me a athletic strength check to tug of war. Actually, you know what? We're going to do that the next turn and say that we're going to do that.
Can I still use a minor action?
Yes, you can still use a minor action.
So, Zigzag knows that his body mass is not nearly enough. He is going to try to cinch the end of the whip within this swoop bike by, sticking it into a crevice and making it a friction point where it will not just come out.
Okay, I like that. That is a great use of your last minor action, and I will be able to incorporate that for the next part. Okay, next up is Otto. Otto, you have been whipped from one side, tentacled from the other.
Yeah, so I'm
Sounds like a good night.
There's anime movies about both those things.
Yeah.
so I just finish.
Okay.
So
All right, next turn.
I can't use my gun hands or my feet or anything. So can I call out to Gus and say, Gus, can you shoot this guy?
Yes, you can have Gus go on your turn.
So I'm kind of okay. I'm gonna have Gus try to shoot Reese down.
Okay, so it's aiming for the tentacle that is holding Reese.
Correct.
Okay. I'm assuming you're looking for Gus's stats.
Yeah, I have them here. I was reading through a list is not as optimized as a character sheet. He rolled a 4. He's got a 1 in gun combat. He's got a 1 in dexterity for a 6. I didn't call out aiming or doing anything. So his 6, his laser carbine pistol shoots once.
Laser cartridge pistol.
Laser cartridge pistol.
Carbine and pistol are mutually exclusive. Okay, but it's a miss. So now it's Zane's turn.
I also am going to try to save Reese by aiming and shooting the tentacle that's holding him. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Then you realize when you're outside and the sun goes down, you can't see your dice.
Can't see your dice. Let me know if you need me to roll for you.
I got an 8. I believe I have a 1 in slug combat.
I put your yes, you have a 1 in slug combat and you've got a 2 in dexterity.
So it gives me an 11.
Okay, and you want to shoot that specific limb that's holding
Yes.
Reese. Okay,
Yes.
well that's good because if you'd missed, okay, so let me just roll something really quick. Yeah, no, so it drops Reese. How much damage is that? It's a revolver.
Yeah, it's on my sheet under weapons.
It's 3.
It's all there.
It's 3d minus 3. Do you need me to roll that for you?
I got it. Turn the lights on.
Those help.
And of course, 3D minus 3, and I give it 1 damage.
It's more damage than anyone else has done to it so far. All right. It is now Trash Octopus' turn. It is going to attempt to reacquire Reese. Reese, I need an unarmed melee check from you. You need to beat an 11. Oh, you need to beat a 12. It has a skill point in this. It does.
Okay, rolled a 6, unarmed, and that is going to be a -3, so we have a 3. Dexterity is a 1, so we are going to go 4.
Okay. All right. Tentacle latches onto Reese and pulls him into the center mass. Odd or even, though, Dubs?
Odd.
Okay, you're lucky you go in feet first. What kind of armor is Reese wearing?
I have a cloth jacket.
Okay.
So protection +1.
That's why it wanted you. It's the cloth.
Okay, so it spews acid on you that burns through your cloth jacket, burning away 1 point of protection for every round in addition to any damage. So that point of protection, that jacket's now ruined. It spews its digested acid on you for a grand total of 6 damage beyond that.
Copy.
Reese is now halfway in the monster. It's also Reese's turn.
Okay, so you said I'm halfway in the monster. I assume so my feet My legs are in there.
Yeah, up to your family bits.
Oh, not the family bits.
It also just spewed acid on your torso as it's trying to digest you.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna. Since I'm like in a position of no return here that I feel, I am actually going to shoot this thing at point blank with my revolver.
Okay. It's point blank.
Imagine this scene.
No! Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. Point blank is +1, just so you're aware.
Copy that. So got a 9.
Okay, that's a hit. Roll your damage. Revolver, as we just discussed, is 3d minus 3.
4D minus 3.
3d minus 3 for a revolver.
Oh, that's not what my card says, but okay, that's fine.
Your card does not say revolver. Your card says heavy revolver. They're different. So yours is 4d minus 3. But yeah, just something to keep in mind. Yours is different. So you've got the dirty hairy gun. There are other factors that go into that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I should have said it differently.
Because it's also bulky and a few other things. Oh, it's bulky, and your strength is 7. You know you can't wield this without taking a negative?
I did not know that.
You now. It's okay. We're not
negative. Am I taking?
It's a -2, but we're not gonna retroactive it this time. But in the future, you're taking a -2. You can't handle a bulky weapon. Ooh, it might be a 6. You might be okay. I'll look it up. It might be that you need a strength of 6. But we're not gonna go back and change this round anyway. So keep going.
Copy. So I'll wait. So I got a 16 minus the 3 is gonna give me 13.
That's an incredible amount of damage. Okay. So you really hurt it. There's acid spewing out in each direction. It miraculously misses you, but like there's acid now crumping everywhere, and the center mass that has grabbed a hold of you seems to be deflating as the acid is coming out. So it like loses grip on you, if that makes sense, and like shrinks down to like your knees.
Gotcha. That still sounds very, very gross, and this is nasty, guys. Oh my gosh.
I would have expected your reaction to be more like, "Oh my god, it's eating me!" But that's just me.
Son of a bitch.
Top of the round, Mr. Zigzag.
With the whip end wedged in, does that free enough of my hands to shoot the accelerator rifle?
You will need to use a minor action to manage your gear. You also will not be able to pull against the whip to counteract it. It's just going to be tied in place.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm going to use this round to fire.
Okie dokie. What are you aiming at?
Center mass. God damn it. 8.
An 8 is a hit. Please roll your damage.
Accelerator rifle does 3d damage. That's a total of 13. Thank you, Kizik. I borrowed your dice.
Okay. You kill it. You shred a half mag of accelerator rounds out, and you just shred this thing into acid and duvet cover looking's mass, and it slumps off the ceiling.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
As Reese,
Johnny, you okay?
Yeah, it kind of numb, and I'm hurting here, but I think I'll be okay. My jacket's gone, so I'll have to get another one.
Reese comes out with a, and all of the half-digested bits of rats and snakes and shit that it's been eating like pour out onto the ground. Smells incredibly bad.
Oh, and a shower. That shower, I'm gonna be really. You guys are gonna love me in the car tonight.
Oh, you smell like trash water. Ugh.
Hey guys, let me check you guys all over, make sure we didn't get any more of this acid on any of the rest of us, and let me take a look at all your injuries there, Reese.
Thank you.
Oh, we're not going to eat that. That was not good for hunting.
So you're performing the first aid action? Dane?
Yes. Yes, that is the plan. Natural 6. First aid is 3. For 9, and then I think intellect 1 for 10, and then that's it.
Education.
The education I think is 2
It is.
for 11.
Okay. So you take the effect of that check and add it to the points that Reese lost.
So 3.
Reese, you get 3 of your points back.
Copy 3.
Okay.
I've never seen a creature like that before. Does anybody know what that fucking thing was?
Maybe it was a sentient fungus.
Hey, Zane, you seen anything like this before?
Nope. Gives new meaning to Trash Panda, though.
Don't you guys have a library on your car?
We do, we just haven't looked at it yet.
My car's over there if you want to go look it up. Should we set it on fire?
Burn it, burn it.
No, we're trying to keep a small, quiet time.
Yeah. I think even, like, does using the computer on the car, will that signal anything? Turning it on?
Only if we turn the car on. My phone has database and everything on it, so I can take a look at my phone and see if I happen to download a bunch of biological stuff on it.
Why don't you just give me a biology roll?
Sweet.
That's a 1 and a 2 is a plus for you.
So 8 and 3 is 11.
There you go.
Ugh.
Access here. I have my next character.
They're not sentient.
Yet.
I can play a
non-sentient
non-sentient.
yet.
I can easily play non-sentient. Is my accent weird?
That's all you say. Oh, trash octopus, you doing okay? Don't forget to feed Trashy.
I was about to say, you guys could have one as a pet.
That'd be neat.
It'd be a dangerous pet. You could have one as a pet.
We would just leave it in like the cabinet under the sink so that you could throw trash into it and it would just eat it. It's a living. All right. That thing was scary. If there's more of those things around, how do we, like, does fire kill them faster? What do we do?
I don't know. Fire sounds good to me. I didn't like it. It was on the ceiling. You saw it. You saw the heat, right? So if we see
Oh, yeah.
ambient heat, we go the other way.
Okay, good point. Do you guys want to check out more of this underground garage, or want to take a trip into those doors over there?
Feel like we should look at the doors.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
had
yeah, me
enough
too.
of the area here. I just don't want to be around these monsters anymore.
Zigzag, like, runs over to the doors.
All right. So the doors are wide enough that Zigzag can actually just fit through, but he's the only one that could just, because he's smaller than the rest of you, he can just squeeze through these broken but half-open doors.
Well, I'll see you guys.
Honestly,
Hey,
Zigzag's
wait, come
feeling
back.
pretty compelled to explore.
Yeah.
Otto would be right behind him. Otto, make sure he's okay. We got to open these doors. Or not Otto,
Gus.
Gus. Gus, push yourself through there.
Gus would fit.
So I'll take the robot, and we're going to try to find a way to open the doors.
Okay, let's get a robot coin out for you. So, the doors are manually jammed. The building is half collapsed and there's some rubble in the way. It is a manual labor solution. The guys are going to have to dig it open. It's going to take a minute. In the meantime, Zigzag and Gus find themselves in a long corridor that has faintly glowing emergency power, and as you get deeper into the facility, semi-clean floors. Like, there's definitely been some small rodents and stuff that have tracked stuff in here, but this is much more intact than the other part of the building you've been in.
So we were in a parking garage. Does this look like it was once an office building?
You look like you are in some sort of industrial access way, some sort of maintenance access. Probably for moving large items in and out. Like the doors are big enough to fit like a hand forklift through.
Okay. All right, Gus. No flashlights or anything, okay?
Gus has infrared. He's no flashlights. Got it.
So there's two doors here, Gus. You see this? Big metal doors?
They're big metal doors. They are intact.
What's the latch mechanism like?
So it's designed for something between a small human or a large droidian hand. And it is sort of a weird quarter turn thing. So you grab hold of it and then you turn it a quarter turn and then you let go of it and it like chunks and opens.
Ah, that was kind of a neat little ratchet kind of thing. You see that, Gus?
Okay, so do you open this one? Is that the one you're doing?
Yeah, we're gonna open this one first.
And hold on, I can actually open the door. I'm kind of proud of it.
Oh, ooh.
It slides like and there's a slight hissing of air as you realize this room has been hermetically sealed. There's not even dust in here. You've walked into an ancient museum display. As you walk in, the little lighted tour guide terminal things light up. The overheads try valiantly to come on. There isn't enough power to do it. And there's warbled speech coming from some of the speakers, although it's far too low power and obscured for you to really make out what it's saying. At this point, I'd like a strength check for those stuck at the door. And Zigzag, you have a uncontrollable compulsion to walk over here and stare at this box in the corner.
I got a 2.
Oh, sweet. Also 4.
It's going to take you guys a minute to dig that out. Thodubs.
Combined, we got a 10.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well. John was hired to be the muscle, so that makes sense. Add a -3. Zigzag, roll me your psionic check.
So do a -3 to my 4.
Oh, sorry, not you. My bad.
Yeah, sorry.
Zigzag.
I'm rolling a psionic check at -3.
Oh, no worries. Sorry.
Ooh, this is 0.
A 0 is still going to work for you. Okay, so you're looking deeply into this thing. The center of the box opens and there's a blue light. And is it 6 eyes you have? Or is it 4? It's 4
I
eyes.
have 4 eyes.
All 4 eyes fixate on the center. And Gus, which is patrolling around, probably notices that something's going on and broadcasts back to Otto as Zigzag's whole face goes into the machine. Like it's like you can't tell if it's pulling his head into the center of the machine or if he's pushing his head into the center of the machine, but his head is in the center of the machine and there's a bright blue glow coming out from around it.
So I've like attached myself to this thing with all sticky hands, like
From your perspective, though, you cannot speak. It has pulled you in, and what you see is the city as it was 1,000 years ago. All sorts of information is flooding into your brain. It is an impossible amount of information, 1,000 images a second. Also, as though the entire knowledge of the city was being downloaded into your brain all at once. And then you lose consciousness. You're still stuck in the machine. All everyone else sees is that your head is the machine, or all Gus sees. Which I'm assuming he can transmit back to like the phone of Otto.
Yeah, I've got a remote control for him. So I see this. I'm like, oh my goodness, we gotta get in there as fast as possible. Gus, try to get him out. Gus, be gentle. Like, don't hurt him.
Okay. I would love to know how Gus is going to attempt to accomplish this. But also, let's go ahead and get another set of check for removing the rubble. You guys are in panic mode. So you guys can, like, dig deep and be reckless if you want and take a +1. Just let me know if you are using that +1.
I am going to use that +1. That's a 10.
+1 also.
That is a 9 for me.
9 for me.
Excellent. You guys clear all the rubble and can now move through the door. How did Gus try to remove Zigzag?
Gus tried to get underneath of him and fly him out.
Okay. You don't have to roll because it is impossible for him to do. But he's basically like trying to spear tackle poor Zigzag off of this thing.
I said gentle.
If he were, yes. Gus is being gentle with air quotes. All right. So you guys can run in here. You're not in combat time.
I'm gonna grab his shoulders and try to pull him back out.
As you get close to this thing, you're going to notice a few things Gus does. First off, there is a sound, like an electronic whirling noise that is increasing in pitch exponentially every second, coming from this box. Secondly, it would probably be Zane as a doctor that would notice, but Zigzag has started to convulse as though he's seizing while this is going on, but is otherwise limp.
Hey guys, we gotta get him out of there. Like, is there anything that, like, is the box plugged into anything? Can we see anything connected to it, or could we just? I don't know that we want to yank him out, but if that's the only choice we have.
Otto looks at Gus and he like hits the button on his back where his tools pop out, and Gus is going to try to disassemble this box from behind. It's just a machine.
That will be Otto/Gus's action. That is a completely futile thing to attempt to do. The tools don't. There's no seams. There's no working components, and you can't cut through the material. So it is valiant attempt, but I'm not even going to give you a roll for it. Zane, what do you try to do?
I'm going to go. He's convulsing and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab onto him and see if I get to his to check his vitals and whatnot.
Sure, you can pull out your medical scanner and try to see if you can evaluate what's going on. That's actually a really good idea. Give me a medic check, but then I also want you to give me a computers check after you do your medic check.
Yeah, wait a second.
Oh, let me get your sheet.
7, 10, 12 on... Sorry.
It's 12 on your medic check?
Yep.
Take the effect into your computers check, which is a +2 on the sheet.
Seven, 8, 9. Computers is 2, 10, 11, 12.
Okay. This thing is psionically broadcasting a signal directly into Zigzag's brain for some reason. That signal is raw data and a metric shit ton of it. John, what do you do?
Is Zigzag physically connected to this box, or is it he just like
His head,
psionically next to it?
his head is in the box.
Okay, I'll scratch out my idea of what I wanted to do.
You can't see past the blinding light, so all you can kind of see is his neck, and then it's in the box with like a huge, like, blinding blue light coming out of it.
And of course, his body flip-flopping around outside like a fish out of water, right?
Yep.
I am actually going to try and take a look at the pedestal. I'm going to cover my eyes and try and look down at this pedestal and inspect this thing a little closer and see if there's anything that looks like it might be like an off switch.
Did you take Droyan as a language? We talked about it, but I don't know if you decided on that.
I did not. I don't have that on my sheet.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an archaeology roll. It's the best roll for what you're going to be looking for here.
Okay, I have a 7 and a 9.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, my kit actually gives me up to the 10.
Okay. So this is some sort of device. That device that's on the pedestal is much, much, much older than the room. And the room is pretty old. And the only word you're able to make out from the description on the pedestal is the word knowledge. As soon as you get that knowledge in your head, but before you can say it out loud, the light abruptly cuts off. Zigzag, who's being held onto by Zane, flops out of the machine and instantly regains consciousness. The box closes and goes completely inert. It is now basically a solid brick of some unknown material.
Are you okay?
I was looking at a vast and glittering city.
Give him some water.
Hold still, buddy. Like I'm gonna check you out here. You just took a lot of information into your head psionically. Like let me check you out for a second. I'm gonna scan his brain and see make sure he's not in any immediate danger of his head blowing up or anything like that.
Zane is delicately performing his medical checks on you. You are having trouble intermittently understanding what he's saying. It's as though his words are flopping between different languages. The upside of this is you suddenly realize that you can read, write, and understand Droyan's spoken language, which is not a thing you could do before. And the downside is that you seem to be having trouble, like, as he's working on you, like, his face transforms into different doctor-like people that you, quote-unquote, have known along the way. It's almost as though memories have been implanted into your mind, and you're vaguely aware that they're not your memories, but at the same time, you're now having trouble remembering what's your memories and what's been put in there.
I reach out with a hand to try to find the leader rod that I had, and I pull it in close to my body, but I just blink and kind of stare off into space. I don't really make eye contact with the doc. It's all there. It's all there. It's everything.
Otto's going to nerd out and say, like, I think I saw through the eyes of a Droyan when I was doing the, like, psionic hand thing. Was it kind of like that?
Yeah, a little. No, I mean, like a fire hose versus a garden hose, or maybe even like the outfill of a dam versus a garden hose. That was a lot.
I just keep remembering. I'm right here beside you. I just I want you to be okay. Your face was inside of a thing, and I couldn't even cut it with Gus. Could you believe that? There's a metal here that I've never seen before.
No, you're not going to be able to get into that with our tools. No, none of our tools. There was... Oh my gosh, it wasn't like music, but it was like a chorus. I don't know how to explain it. It was a lot of information. Everything about this city. Thousands of years of history. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to end.
Just remember, you're here right now, and we're gonna make sure you're doing okay. Doc, is his
Can you
brain
tell
okay?
me your name?
Professor Zigzag.
He
Can you
says,
tell me my name?
he says Professor Zigzag in his mind. He eventually squeaks it out when you ask him. But first, he says, Darknell? No. Hackle? No. Zigzag? Yes, that.
Zigzag, you tell me my name.
Yeah,
Same problem.
Zigzag, what's your favorite food?
You guys know I'm a big fan of coffee.
That would work.
Can you walk? Can he walk, Doc? Is he going to be okay?
He's in perfect physical condition.
Yeah. Help me up. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Let me stand up for a second. Let me breathe. I gotta breathe. All right. I didn't know. You said you found me with my head stuck in that thing. I don't even remember. I was over here by the entrance.
You say that thing, you look at it, and you realize that you know exactly what it is. It is an elder device that the inhabitants of the city found, and they found that they could psionically connect to it and imprint upon it. And every visitor to the museum was able to do so as a gesture, and they realized that it's some sort of psionic time capsule.
This is kind of an amazing artifact, actually. That's Is it big? Like, what's the size of this thing? Can I pick it up?
You can pick it up. It's about the size of, I think, like 2 PlayStations or Xboxes, like, kind of glued together. So it's not super small. It wouldn't fit in your pocket, but it's not huge either. It's very dense and very heavy. Also, from your knowledge, you would know that somehow you've triggered its, regurgitation mode, and that once that's been triggered, basically it's a one-shot deal. Like, it can never be triggered again. And all of that information exists in your mind and your mind only.
Sheesh. All right. I'm going to try to explain this, I think. This artifact was a recording device, and it had the thoughts of an entire, anybody that came into this museum and kind of like stored their memories in this kind of time capsule. I have experienced a lot of memories. I don't even know. It's countless. So if I start saying some weird stuff or speaking a different language, that might be why. But this is kind of amazing.
We get every third word of that.
He's getting more control over it. It's names and relations that are going to be the parts that are going to be more difficult, because he's now has all these personal memories for people. But as he looks around, Zigzag would also realize that anything that people had, like all the displays, like if they had watched the display and then come over there and imprinted, he knows pretty much what everything in the room is.
There's no food in here, though, guys. But this thing over here, this thing, Yeah, this is a. I have no idea what this is.
They don't have specific. They don't have specific.
Right.
Yeah, stuff. The things that I've kind of listed have some specific things. So like you would be able to tell them that the display over here that looks old and archaic is from a time when the Droyan and humans of this ancient civilization joined together to form a multi-species government, basically. And that the original two species were human and Droyan, but that others joined later on. And there was conflict in the distant past in space. This starship battle is some long-forgotten war. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
I'll be explaining these exhibits, and I'll be like, Glowsorp, Gaston, Steve, these things are, and I'll explain what I remember of them.
I look at Zane and go, "Are you Gaston?"
Totally, I'm Gaston.
So, these, of course, are models, but this is long before, the Sodani and everything got jump drives. They had Droyan space battles with other species, of course.
Hey, Zigzag, you had said before we woke everybody else up that you were like having like disturbing dreams or and whatnot of this. We should come check this place out. Now that this has happened, is like the reasoning for the dreams. Was any of the information helpful in figuring any of that out?
Oh, Steve, that's a great question.
So as you think about it, without conscious thought bringing you to it, you get a flash and image of an old Droyan warship, and the eldership are the words that come to your mind, and you inexplicably realize that there is something to do with this ship somewhere here in this city, something powerful to do with it. You still can't quite put your finger on it, but somehow this is important. And you also then realize that all of your visions that were looking out to the stars, you were sometimes looking from the porthole of a ship, and you now realize you were looking out on the stars in all of your dreams from this ship.
The Elder Ship. All right, Steve, Gaston, I'm going to have to level with you guys. I've been having they've been Droyan-type dreams, like from the perspective maybe of one of these older memories. I don't really know, but there's an elder ship that the Droyan used to cruise around on in space, and there's something super important from that ship here in the city somewhere. We haven't found rations yet, but do you guys want to keep exploring? I mean, this museum's pretty cool, but there's got to be more to it.
I think there's some value in figuring out this eldership because we still don't know, like, we know what's happened to you, but we don't know the long-term effects that that's going to have on you. So thinking maybe we find this eldership, it'll give us more information on that. Also, we got 10 more days. We can still find those power crystals for the joint little town that we got here. Do you have any information on those?
The crystals?
Yes.
No, Steve, I can't think of anything.
Some might be here in the museum, but you won't have specific knowledge. You will know, because you have the memories of the people who actually lived in the city, that those crystals are exactly what you guys thought they were. They're basically little small subspace batteries that draw energy directly from space-time. They are a TL-16 level technology, They are so far above anything you guys have. And they were what powered the city. And they were readily available, and they were a thing that you could get at the corner store in the time of, this city being active, but now are something that is so incredibly rare. And the town, would be able to survive. Like, if you could find 3 more of them, they could survive, 100 years, meeting their power requirements on these things.
It's exact. See somebody tapping one and just throwing it into the trash.
I mean, it was their version of the alkaline battery, just much more powerful.
They were supposed to recycle them and everything. But, some people.
Man, you crush those and they turn into a black hole.
That'd be real bad. That's what happened to all the Droian.
So, eldership is kind of what's drawing you here. Do you know how the coin or the medallion deal with any of that? Is that like the key to the eldership? I'm shooting in the dark.
Look, usually I have like a dream where I'm on this ship and I'm looking through a window and the stars are like embers on a blanket of black silk, but everything kind of is in slow motion, and there's like I don't know, it's weird. Things like could come apart when I'm thinking about them. They'll just kind of like break, and I can put them back together. I thought it was really neat because I'm kind of an engineer too, but it's weird. It's not something I've ever been able to do, or in real life or anywhere. It's just in the dream. It's got to be like a link to a Droian on the Elder ship, though. Maybe some sort of engineer there.
So the dreams are just the stars as you're looking out through the porthole of the ship. Nothing, like, no other little details or anything. That's just the same kind of thing repeatedly, but nothing else that you can, like, grasp onto or anything.
Like, anytime that I try to move around the ship or, like, make a conscious decision to find out and more, it's really, like, trying to guide me to this mechanics table, and whatever's on it, it helps me kind of explore the insides of that. I haven't really wanted to move around the ship too much.
Do we have anything, where, like, is there anything in the museum or anything in your newly gathered memories that can point us in a direction for the eldership?
Let me think about it.
There is a strong pull for you to go explore basically across the main thoroughfare that this building is on. Like, you kind of know where in the city to go, but it's a significant walk from where you're at.
Look, I think I know. I can guide us there, but it's not like I could give you guys directions. So, why don't we use this memory thing as like a dowsing rod, and I might be able to find some more information about the eldership.
Sweet. Can you, or did any of your memories tell us what happened to the city or anything? Or did that all happen after the last memories that you received?
Yeah, what is that?
I do not think that any of the psionic beings who could have imprinted on this thing, all of who would have been in a condition to do so after what happened.
Okay, still a mystery.
I mean, the leader of the Droian village told me that their ancestors turned away from technology. because technology got them into trouble, so they rejected it.
Point of clarification. Talking about his clan's ancestors, not the city.
Yeah, I meant his clan's elders. Do you want to go across the hallway? You feeling up to it?
Does anybody look? I think, John, maybe you should put this armor on. It might fit you, and it's better than those rags you're wearing.
Yeah, I'm pretty well tattered and torn over here. Yeah, let me try and put that stuff on.
It is a time with the Droyan and the humans teamed up. It might fit.
It is human armor, and it is pretty archaic. I'm going to send you a thing shortly. Actually, I think I may even have a card, because Kizik may be a bunch of armor cards. I think there might be something like that.
Is it like actual plate mail?
So it is kind of like half plate. However, I think there's a scrap armor that, yes, this will do as a replacement. Because I didn't think I put plate in here. No, it's ceramic. Here we go. I'm giving you a thing. Here you go.
Hey, that's an upgrade.
It is definitely an upgrade.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, that's a great idea.
So he's now kind of wearing a combination of like his modern day clothes with like a pauldron from like a knight suit of armor, and then like a chest piece from another era of armor. Like,
just for shits and giggles, he should try to pull the sword out of the stone.
Oh, that's a good idea. I want to try that. Let me try that.
anyone who wants to can try to pull the sword from the stone. Roll 2d6. And I'm not going to completely spoil it, but it comes out on boxcars and nothing else. You get one attempt.
Oh. Nope, no such luck here.
Totally trying this. Gotta love boxcars.
Who got boxcars?
Yep.
Really?
Nice.
Holy shit, dude. Nice.
Yeah.
Totally not expecting to get boxcars.
Well, you're not here to see it, but I'll go ahead and pull you out a card.
Can we read it?
What?
I was asking if he wants me to read it to him.
Oh, it's not special.
It's not talking to him. Feed me blood.
Well, that's the last sword I got.
Yeah, I never got to really do anything with it. Anyway, there's now a long sword, a long blade that is on your character sheet for when you get back. It does 3d damage, 2 kilograms.
It's
Sweet.
such high-tech level.
That's beautiful, man.
Now,
You just
Reese-
pulled that out like you were the king.
Yeah, that's a little weird. I don't know that I wanted to waste probably my one boxcars of the night for that, but
Don't worry,
everybody needs a good longsword.
there'll be opportunities later.
Zigzag still carrying around that memory box.
Okay, that memory box is quite heavy, so I just want to point out that
No, I don't have it.
Yeah,
It
I
I
was
was
too big.
asking.
yeah, it's like 10. It's like 10 kilograms.
No, I think it's kind of inert at this point. But if you guys are done in this room, we got the armor and the sword, and I think these are just displays. I don't think they're actual starships.
They're just displays, yes. You would know of the memory box that if any of you are psionic, that you could place your hand on it and decide, like, you basically just will it to read your memories, and it would start taking memories again, assuming that it's still working. But I don't think any of you are psionic, or if you are, I don't think Zigzag knows that.
Correct.
Totally not psionic.
All right, Dowsing Rod knows a go-go. Do you guys want to check out what's here in this door? We're right here.
Yeah, we should close this one up. Save it for the next person. Then we'll open the next one.
Door can be closed by anyone. However, if anyone but Zigzag tries to open the next door, they will encounter that it doesn't want to open. If Zigzag tries to open it, his little leader rod's going to glow, and the door's going to open. Little tidbit there that you guys would probably notice.
It's a glower, not a grower.
And you're encounter a hallway with 4 doors.
Guys, there's 4 doors in here. Do I have any memories from the museum for this area?
Yeah, an employee would have probably touched the device at some point in time. The back right room is hazardous material storage. The back left room is the restoration room. Storage is to your immediate right, and the workstation / research centers of the
Gentlemen, I think this area was the like offices and restoration for the museum. So this is like employees only. I think one of these is storage, and one of these is like a restoration work area. Then we got some admin offices through this door, and I think it's hazmat in the back. I don't know if we should go back there.
That door is the only locked door.
Probably for a reason. So, you guys want to check out the storage? Maybe there's some goodies in here.
I was gonna go with either admin or restoration and see if we can dig up some more information about what happened and what's going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You want to split up?
Splitting up is always a good idea.
All right, I'll take John.
We sure we want to do that, considering Zigzag's last experience?
What happened last time?
Oh, you got your head caught in a box, and...
Oh, right. Well, that could happen to you.
That's what I'm worried about.
That's why we're going together.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's fine then. Okay.
Okay, who's going where?
I think John and I are going to go to the storage room.
The regular.
And I'll go to admin.
I'll be right behind him.
Worth noting that there's still no power of any significant quantity. Barely intermittently functional emergency power. So none of those computers are going to work.
Unless you got some power with you.
Even if you did, they're 1,000 years old.
The Mac.
Which is going to be one of the other problems. You're going to come into this storage room, and at first you probably get really excited because some of these crates will contain food of various kinds for like the snack bar and shit. But it's 1,000 years old.
Well, if it's anything like Twinkies, I think we're going to be just fine.
Look, if you want to eat it, that's fine, but Bart has raised me to know a little bit better. There are bacterium and things that will go into your gut and just straight up kill you. So,
yeah, that's a good point. I'm not interested in that, but yeah, I do want to go through and kind of take a look at these crates and see what's going on inside of them. See if I can open them up.
Yeah, sure. Let's look around.
guys are going to be able to look around the storage room. If you tell me what you're looking for, it'll be very helpful. The guys in the computer lab, I don't know if I'm not going to give you an immediate role because I'm not sure there's much you can do in here, but if you think of something you want to do specifically.
Otto wants to open up a computer and see what a computer from 1,000 years ago looks like on the inside.
Okay.
I want to look if there's... Oh, sorry.
You do that, and it looks completely alien.
I can't even, where would they put the power into this?
You basically don't recognize the component.
There should be some kind of motherboard here, but instead it's just all heatsink. What? Zane's doing something actually helpful.
I don't know about that. I'm looking through all the non-computery stuff. I'm seeing if there's any files or any desk drawers, anything like that I can look through to find something that doesn't require power.
They were pretty much a paperless society, but you do find a few of what would be considered their version of a data wafer. Not compatible with your systems, but you can see where it would be inserted into the computers.
I'm gonna grab some data wafers just for later.
Okay.
Assuming everything goes fine and we get off of here, it'll give me something to research at a later time.
You grab 4 ancient alien data wafers.
John, have you found anything?
I am actually looking around through here. I'm very interested to see if I can find any weapons or armor or anything like that. I know we also wanted food, so we got to find some food.
You're not going to find weapons or armor in a museum except for ancient weapons. There will be a few boxes that'll have medieval level weapons in them that are obviously artifacts. It's not a military base, it's a museum.
So we got some food here, but obviously this is a food that we don't want to try and eat. We don't know how old it is.
So back on our ship, with my possessions, I have some Droian fighting armor, and I've got some mechanical wings. Now, they are not currently in fighting shape. This museum, however, might have some pieces or parts to those things that maybe help me resize or recouple those pieces that I have in my collection to maybe fit me better. I want to look around through this gear to see if I can spy any beautiful pieces to help me with my armor or wings.
Almost like there's a workstation nearby that could... Go ahead and make a roll, see if you can find some parts.
Alright, with a recon. 11.
Okay, you absolutely find all sorts of parts that you recognize as being very simple components for traditional Droian armor, including the ability to attach wings.
Ah, John, this is a gyro stabilizer for the Droian wings that I've got back. And this one here, this is the whole hinge for the shoulder mount. John, look over here.
Oh, wow. I can't believe you finally found something. You know what? Now, when you jump off a building, you'll actually be able to fly.
Blood.
This is great.
Two of my eyes get very narrow at him, but the other two are very excited still.
He has a point.
He does have a point, which is why I'm putting the wings on as soon as humanly possible. I'd say as soon as azorgly possible, but there's too many humans around.
Well, and now with all the knowledge you have, too, you might actually know how to use them and everything like that. This is going to be kind of neat.
It's a physiology thing, John. I've got too many arms, but this is what I'm trying to modify right here. You know what? This place has a workbench In the back room. We should go get the other two guys and move on.
Are there any tools you need here or anything like that? Are there special tools that you needed for, doing your wings or anything like that?
There's a size clamp that's it's about yay big, and I like put one side of my arms up and then the other side of my arms way down low. It's like this, and it's got some double clamps on it. If you can look around for that, that'd be helpful.
Tools and
Alright,
such
let's
like
look
that
around.
are going to be in the. They're all going to be in the actual workspace, not going to be in here. But you know that because you have those memories. But when he said specialized tool, maybe all of the workbenches in the other room for the third time.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go check that.
Let's go get those guys. Gentlemen.
The computers didn't have any power. Plus, I'm not sure they're really computers. I think Zane found something neat, but that's a big bust over there.
Zigzag got some awesome stuff for his wings and stuff. This is going to be really cool.
Yeah, check this knuckle out. Look how this works. It's like rotating in a ball socket, but it also has like a plunge kind of motion to it. Look, and this strokes. You said you found a big bust? Oh, I'm sorry. It was a big bust.
Yeah. I don't know how computers worked 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago.
Well, I don't think anything's got the power to run now, but it kind of was like an EM field that powered things. So I'm explaining a little bit more as we're walking in, and I'm going to try to open this door. There's a workshop back here, and I'm hoping that we can modify these parts real quick, and then we can just go. Holy mama.
So in here are several sets of workbenches. They had several different artifacts that were in various states of being refurbished. Some of the benches have very specialized tools that you could use to help modify the armor suit. It could also be used to lathe new parts.
Oh, guys, I could fix this whole suit here. There's a droid workbench over there, too. Did you see that, Otto?
Huh? There's a droid workbench over here.
It has a docking station that almost fits Gus.
It's got the USB-C. It didn't work.
Well, it's not going to connect data-wise, but it's like a cradle that'll hold him while you work on him.
I'm really excited. Guys, would you mind terribly if I go back to the car real quick? I left some stuff in there, and I'll be back in a jiffy. Oh, actually, if you guys want to come with me. But anyway, I'll be right back. I just need to use these. Look, this is the clamp. John, I was telling you about this clamp right here. And if A could just hold these two... I'll be right back.
All right. Do you need some help carrying things too, Zigzag, or do you? I guess I can go with you just to help carry stuff if you need it.
Sure. Yeah. The more arms, the better.
All right. So let's go to the car.
So basically, I'm going to grab my suit and wings.
Mm-hmm.
And we're coming back here. And we're going to modify and fit these things together.
Okay.
Bang.
So basically, the modifications you'd be making is you'd be setting up some sort of apparatus that lets your secondary set of arms control the wings.
Yes, the flap motion here.
From inside the suit. So 2 of your arms would go into the wing slots, and 2 of your arms would go into the arm slots.
It's almost a natural motion for Azorg. It must be like something old and genetic.
Now, normally, that would be an exhausting thing where you'd only be able to glide. However, also have 3 other things. Let me just yeah, because I realize you probably have an opportunity. So there's a thing called flight drug. You have 3 doses of it acquired, as I mentioned earlier. This flight drug doubles your endurance and strength stats for the purposes of determining how long a droian can fly, if at all. It will be effective for around an hour. At the end of this time, the droian must make an average endurance check using its unenhanced endurance. If successful, the droian is tired but can continue to take normal actions, including continued flight with another dose of the drug. If the check is failed, the droian becomes exhausted. Strength and endurance are reduced by 1d points each, which are recovered at the rate of 1 per hour of light rest or activity. Of rest or light activity. A negative 2 DM applies to the endurance checks for every dose after the first, and a DM of negative 4 if the flight drug was used before strength and endurance had recovered from a previous bout of exhaustion.
Okay. This is good to know.
Okay, so this is going to take some time. First off, do you have a mechanics skill at all, naturally?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I want your mechanics check, and I want 1d6 times 1 hour for how long it takes you to do these modifications.
All right, my mechanics check is a 10. Sorry. And then it is going to take 4 hours.
Okay, that's quite a bit of time. What does the rest of the party want to do during these 4 hours? This is quite a bit of time to be milling around the area.
Sorry, guys.
I mean, you got 10 days.
Otto has offered Gus, who is hovering around, acting as an extra set of tools. And Otto's going to pick one of these like half restored relics and just do a little research, see what he can think that it might be.
Okay. He finds a very interesting sheath. It seems to be a sort of energy shield, but it's energy shield where the shielding is directed inside the box, inside the sheath. It goes to something that was blatantly on this table at one point in time that is not currently there.
So I'm looking for a sword.
It is roughly sword shaped, yes.
Hey Zane, you found a sword. It's not going to be to this in any way, shape, or form, but come take a look at this.
That looks spiffy. I'm gonna take the sword that I have and see if it fits in the sheath.
I mean, it would fit in the sheath.
That's pretty spiffy.
Yeah, but it's like extra shielded for, I don't know, I think it needs a better sword than just a old antique. This was getting restored for something cool. I'm gonna see if I can find the other piece.
Are you talking shit about my sword?
No, it's a beautiful sword, and you were the chosen one. You pulled it out. I was next in line. I was gonna try to change it too. Hey, are you the true king of England now? Do I have to call you sir, Doc?
What's in England?
I don't know. It was an ancient story I was read once when I was a kid.
Does it make me in charge?
Right, technically, yeah.
No, then it definitely doesn't do that. I don't want to be in charge. You're in charge.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find a like real cool powered sword somewhere.
Okay. I'm gonna go kind of. Does this building have windows at all?
It does in some spots, but the building is also half destroyed, and pretty much what you see here is the only accessible area.
I'm gonna look around the building where I can and kind of,
Okay.
I guess, trying to figure out what any hints at what happened to the civilization and whatnot.
Okay.
Without traveling, like, I'm not traveling too far.
The only thing I need to know, because you guys have said a couple things that would make me ask this question, are any of you opening the one door you haven't opened yet?
The locked one?
Yes. Well, you keep unilaterally making that decision for the party.
Oh yeah, that's true. Sorry.
I am interested in going to check out the other room, but I think it may be a door that only Zigzag could open, since we've kind of had that thing.
It is a door that only that's why I need to ask. It's because Zigzag's very busy right now, and he has the key to the door.
Hey, Zigzag, you got a second to maybe open this door real quick?
Oh, this one I think is hazardous, but I can open it if you want me to. I'll open it for him.
Okay. You have to think back to remember the combination and then use the Droyan rod to insert it. It requires a significant amount of concentration, but eventually you do manage to get the door open. Reese is quite thrilled, excuse me, at what he sees inside, as the contents of this bag are splayed out on the shelves in front of you. I'll just go ahead and pull them out. What would a bunch of museum scientists find hazardous?
Oh yeah. A big wrench.
Looks like all kinds of fun toys.
With the room being hermetically sealed, these are more or less intact.
Wow.
See, I could have been an asshole and just been like, oh, you don't want to go in the room? You fine. Don't go in the room then.
Yeah, you're true. Very true.
That's so terrible.
Gus, thank you for the light. I think I'm finished.
Oh man, if you choose Gus for his flashlight.
If you guys, I'm assuming that the entire party wants to come in here and have a moment to look in this room. But you guys don't have to if you don't want to.
Otto's got his fancy
Yeah, you guys
sheath.
don't have to be in here at all, you know.
Eventually, Otto's going to come around the corner.
You got some side blades and side dagger. Those are pretty good for anybody that's got some side stuff.
Reese, I've got this really cool sheath. It's like extra protected from the inside. There's a couple of blades in here. Let's see if I can find the match for this one.
Yeah, I wonder if that'd fit this arc field weapon thing here.
Sure does. Slides home as though it is meant to be there.
That thing's amazing. All of these are really old.
I found a toy. I want this arc weapon. I want to start trying to figure out how to do this thing with weapons.
No. You know why? Because I gave you one of those in the last campaign and the one before that, and you stuck it in your bag and didn't use it for the entire campaign.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Every time you see this thing, you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna go put this in my bag and not let the entire party use it." So the party never gets to use it. I'm not bitter. It's okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna stick my hands in my pockets and stroll around the room, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Does anybody know how to use these weapons?
Otto does not know how to use it, and he's trying to tie this arc field weapon plus the sheath that it's in around his belt somehow.
Thing's bigger than I am.
It actually would be incredibly light.
Oh yeah, I see.
Because it's basically just it even says like conductive fibers that like extend out to where the blade is. Until you activate it, it doesn't have a blade at all.
Ah, I see.
It's pretty much a lightsaber.
That thing is pretty sweet.
Oh, you think that gun over there does fire?
That thing is very bulky.
It's gonna take two of you to hold it.
I don't know if I want anything to do with that. It comes with a backpack.
I mean, that would help us the next time we see one of those trash octopuses.
Oh yeah.
But this might too.
I would say any one of
Assuming
these
any
against
of
the
us are-
trash octopus would be good. Even that wrench over there. I've heard good things about those wrenches.
Assuming any of us could use a weapon that big.
Can anybody use the plasma gun-looking thing?
Any of you can use it with
Right, it's
significant
anybody.
negatives. So it's the TL14 version. So it comes with bulky. So I need to look up bulky or have one of you do it. But
Bulky's 9.
okay,
You have to have a strength of 9.
okay. So if you don't have a strength of 9, it's a -2. Okay, and if you don't have the skill, which I don't think any of you do, that's a -3. So you are at a -5 to use it right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like a 7 right now, so for strength. So
Yeah, the whole party's in the same boat. With that
Yeah.
said, it's a pretty effective weapon. 1 DD, by the way, is 1 destructive, so in essence, that's 10 D6. It's actually 1 D6 times 10, but, you know.
Yeah.
she awful is pretty.
I think I'm strong enough to use it. I just don't have anything in heavy weapons.
It also comes with a microfusion generator backpack.
That's a good power supply.
I've actually got the heavy weapons, but not the strength to be goofing with that thing.
That's hilarious.
If is anybody else interested in the psi weapons?
No psi abilities here.
It still doesn't mean you can't take them.
If no one else wants them, I think I'm going to pick them up. But I want to offer them to someone else. If anybody else wanted them.
It's all
Can they
these
be
zigzag-
used without psionic abilities?
They can, and they do the damage as stated on the card. It's the special ability that they don't have unless you have psi ability.
Well, I'll grab them.
Feeling inadequate about your sword, King of England?
No,
He's just
Ah,
collecting blades.
I like collecting swords, I guess.
Oh, he's that guy.
It's like a big
I'm that
scalpel.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
dagger looks pretty expensive.
and who doesn't like using that kind of stuff? And I think I have melee combat. Does the side blade count as bladed?
Yes, it counts as a blade.
I
And
think I have 0.
you do have 0.
I don't know. Yep. I'll grab it, and we'll choose whether I want King of England sword or Super Size sword. Well, it'll be fun.
And who knows? Maybe that long blade is more than it appears to be.
Maybe. Because I'm the King of England, so it's what I say it is. Ha ha.
He's now the king of the universe and doesn't know it. The rightful heir.
It's a full-on He-Man sword.
uh, 'Cause, 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 'c You get a tiger. That'd be so cool.
Are you done fixing up your armor?
Yeah, I'm sorry it took me so long, guys. But I think it's done. Look, it works. Let's flap the wings. Well,
Are you wearing it?
yeah, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna wear it as much as I can.
You're gonna don the armor.
I'm gonna don the armor.
Okay,
Look at this thing. It's so
gives
cool.
you. It actually feels quite comfortable. To wear. You have vac suit 0 or higher, right?
I have a 1, yeah.
Okay. One of the things you would have had to modify were the legs. Your legs don't camp back. But beyond that, this thing feels comfortable. You're the right size for it. Using your wings as a secondary way of propulsion is almost natural. And yeah, it's actually pretty advanced armor, and you've been able to fully restore it.
I found the last piece here at this museum. It's I'm very, very lucky.
Congratulations. You still feeling good?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Well, all right. That's 4 hours of this day. Plus, we dug for that, trying to get into the here for a little while. You want to call it a night and go exploring tomorrow? You know where the ship is, right? Or you're going to douse it with your memories.
It's only been 4 hours. You sure you want to go take a nap?
If it's only been 4 hours, then yeah.
I mean, it's been more than 4. We've
we
killed
looked
the
at
trash octopus.
right.
We've gone into the bowl, all 5 of the rooms in there, moved the rocks, been more than 4 hours, and then even traveled back to the ship and back.
I was
Very true.
I was gonna say it's between more like 6 to 8 hours.
You had your face sucked.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
That didn't actually take so long.
That was scary. It felt like it was a long time. We could try to hunt some of these lizards out here.
Are you that hungry?
I don't know. We're trying to get comfortable. I've got a smart gun that's it's real quiet. I want to try to hit one.
Okay, let's go hunting. We'll go back to the ship and hunt some iguanas.
Get rested up and have a good start out tomorrow morning.
Okay, you're the boss.
Is your gun smart or your ammunition smart? Oh, smart. Smart is
my
the gun.
ammo is smart. No, my ammo is guided.
Your ammo's guided. Okay. For simplicity's sake, I'm just going to give you a +1 on attacks. So you guys kind of set up a more elaborate camp with the supplies you found. Do a little bit of hunting for lizard. Here, lizard.
I think I need a bigger box.
Yes, our millennial generation. That's what we're talking about. Say that to any of my kids. They're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Kids these days have their own viral memes.
We sure do. Of course, our viral memes had to be transmitted via commercial because we didn't have interwebs.
Yeah, back in our day,
Uphill both ways in the snow.
we had to find our memes in the potato patch.
Otto, did you do some hunting?
Do you need me to sneak on it or just try to shoot one?
I would rather you do a survival check to see if you can track a rat or an iguana.
Yeah, that's going to be good. Oh, that's a 10 minus 3 plus 1 for an...
It's an 8.
So I can successfully get to one.
You can. Go ahead and take your shot. Give yourself a +1 for the ammo.
Oh, that's an 11. +1 is a 12. -3 is a 9. +1 is a 10.
You find 2 either iguanas or rats that you can shoot and bring back for Zigzag to cook up for lunch.
I want them to be iguanas. I tracked a rat, and then I saw an iguana was about to attack it, and I shot the iguana.
They're rather large for iguanas. They're like 25 pounds.
Oh man, I try to pick it up by its tail, and it falls off, and I have to like scoop it up. Oh no, they're predators. They wouldn't have fall-off tails.
They do like Komodo dragons.
Yeah, I mean, a 25-pound iguana is, yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's the size of a small dog.
What are those called? A tegu, right?
No
Have you
idea.
seen those?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know what he's talking about.
I'm out of the loop.
Oh,
Feel so bad.
you don't know obscure lizards.
The only thing I'm visioning in my head right now is the geckos and mole rats fighting each other from Fallout.
Fallout. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. We should have mole rat-like entities in here. Yeah, absolutely.
Could be just like the Princess Bride, the rodents of unusual size.
I don't think they exist.
Oh, they don't. Yes, you're right.
All right.
Otto comes back as proud as you've ever seen somebody, huffing a little bit because he's got one 25-pound iguana.
He's just dragging him. There's a blood trail behind him.
Zigzag.
You gonna clean this up? Or you want me to? Oh God.
I got it. I hunted it. I found it. I traced it. I shot it, and you didn't hear anything. And look, I brought it here.
That's true.
Can I can I do a quick check on that before you cook that up there, Zigzag, and make sure we aren't eating something that's deadly to us?
Oh yeah, parasites and things. Yeah, check it over, Doc.
Do you want a medical roll for that?
No.
Or biology?
Biology would be fine. I'm gonna say that you have 2 magazines for this thing because you don't seem to have specified how many you have. I rolled a d6. I gave you 2, unless you have specified it somewhere that I did not see.
I have on my thing. I had 4, and I've shot now 3 times, so I have 6 shots left.
6.
No, I'm looking at things right. I have 4. That was 8. I have 5 shots left because the magazine only has 2.
Magazine only has 2. You said you had 4 mags.
Yeah, so that's 8. I've shot this thing 3 times.
Ah, got you. Okay, you mean number of rounds remaining, not number of magazines remaining.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Okay, well, here you go. That's
2 spares and 1 in the chamber.
You know how I am about ammo. Okay, so Zigzag. You cook these things up? I'm assuming the biology roll is a pass.
Yes, 10.
Oh yeah. They're quite edible.
Yeah, we're gonna do a grill with a light sear. Iguana is probably best with some vegetables, but we
Ooh.
don't have any of those.
I'm gonna roll something for you. Yes, one of the supplies that would not have been passed up by Zigzag. There was some salt and some honey, both of which will last an incredibly long time in storage, especially hermetically sealed containers, that you were able to find, along with anything else you can think of that might last a super long time, amongst the supplies for the snack bar.
All right, we're gonna do a kind of like a honey glaze here. Honey glazed iguana.
And these are going to be your rations. Everyone needs to keep track of their eating.
And it's delicious.
Totally seeing Fallout Iguana Bites right now.
That's exactly what's happening. In fact, I think the most logical way for you to serve/store them is in chunks on a stick.
Sure, yeah, that's how I had to grill them. I got an 11 for the cook, by the way.
They are delicious and hygienic, and will keep everybody sustained and fulfilled. While you're doing this, does someone want to give me a survival check to recycle some water?
I got an 8.
Okay. An 8 is a pass.
I think my survival is 0.
Your survival is 0. But you have a education of 2, so that would be a 10, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you get a few extra liters of water out of it. It may not taste great, but it'll be clean and safe to drink. You guys
As long as it keeps it alive.
You guys are fed and watered.
Who wants to take shift 1 for tonight's watch?
I'll go first this time.
I'll take second shift.
I'll take the third one. Then you can wake us up with a crow tomorrow morning.
Yeah, no coffee for this. Oh, God, no coffee.
Oh, wow. Did you have ancient memories of coffee? Is this a new development in the historical events of time?
What? I love coffee. I've been making you guys coffee forever.
I understand that. I was just trying to see, like, now that you're multiple people and multiple memories, like, when was coffee invented?
I don't think the Droyan ever enjoyed coffee. It's more of a us thing. I don't think we're going to find any here.
Oh, we could. No, we're here for a very serious thing. We're trying to find the eldership.
And the crystals.
I'm going to take the opportunity to have a bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
Hey, don't forget, guys, this is a human settlement too, so ancient human coffee.
Oh, that's a good point. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Now,
fermented
I mean, they may not
coffee
have ever found coffee, and this planet may not, or wherever they came from, may not have had anything like coffee beans. But request memory search for coffee, or would it be any sort of a stimulant?
Stimulant drink.
You just get a psionic burst of coffee. Ah!
It's bitter.
You can have a cup of hot honey water tomorrow morning. Salty hot honey water.
Iguana tea. Don't ask me what I made the tea bags out of.
Eee.
Oh no, that's trash octopus tea bags.
Oh, gross.
That wasn't the kind of tea bags I was thinking, and I sure as heck did not want coffee from those tea bags.
I mean,
Tell
he
the
said,
people,
"Don't
I mean.
ask."
Yeah, and that meant no drink.
All right, our day 2 adventure. I guess we're going to go look for this elder's ship, right?
Yeah, that's got to figure out how all of it goes together.
Unless you want to continue having disturbing, crazy dreams that we can't do anything about.
No, I'd rather not. Have we tried to, piece all of our puzzle pieces together yet?
I know, but that's a good thing to do as we're sitting around trying to lay low and not having a lot of technology on. You've
That's
got
true.
a coin, you've got a medallion,
And the leader stick.
and a leader stick. And we know the Zenith of Discovery is working with the Serpentina and the Temple of something or other, like the cybernetic people. Do you think they're working with them, or they're kind of been taken over? Should we try to save them? They could be scientists.
Talking about the new home guys? No, go fuck themselves.
We also have the piece that the coin sits on, connects into. Did you get any memories of like how all of these things work together?
I think his memory guy is going pee right now, so.
Think really hard for a while.
I'm back.
Okay, let me think.
That would require someone who had touched the apparatus to have used this particular device. And since this device didn't appear in lore until about this time, I'm going to say no. It's not that the medallion would be a completely unfamiliar thing to the Droyan, but it would not be a thing they understand. During the time of the Ancients, the Droyan did not have any difficulties casting. So this wouldn't be a thing. The coins and the medallions showed up later on when the Droyan had lost the ability to self-cast, and it helped them rebuild their society.
Got it.
But it had to have existed before that. Just a leap of logic, you would kind of know.
Makes sense.
Gentlemen, does anybody else want some of this tea? John?
And no thanks.
Did you make tea from the duvet monster thing?
No, it's more iguana.
Ah, iguana tea.
It's not the tea, it's the tea bag you gotta pay attention to.
All right, shall we get some sleep and then go hunt down the eldership thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, those iguana skewers kind of made me sleepy.
You guys have a semi-early night. You know you have time to kill, so exhausting yourselves doesn't seem like a good idea. And since you had the opportunity to have a good old cookout, you decided to take that. You guys get a good night's sleep. The sun comes up in the morning. And assuming you guys don't want to do anything throughout the night, I already rolled. There were no events for the night. So anyone who would have stayed on watch wouldn't have done anything other than see, distant bats. You may have noticed that in the dark of night, the bats' eyes glow, which means it looks like a bunch of like red fireflies off in the distance when you see them. Morning time.
For my shift early morning, after everybody else is asleep, I'm going to try to climb up the car and then just kind of like glide as far as I can with the wings on.
Okay.
It's not very far, but I'm just like, zoom.
Do you have
Climb.
flight as a skill?
I do not. So
Okay.
everything's at a -3.
Yeah, that's go ahead and roll it though. It's dexterity, so you have that, so it'll be a wash. Ooh. It's not
Four.
very far. Otto is awoken by the sound of crunch, scrape, ow.
He's holding his pistol kind of shaky. Actually, he's getting a little bit better now. And he kind of looks up. Who goes there? Zigzag?
Yeah, it's not a bat. Don't shoot.
You doing all right?
I'm kind of tangled up in the wings here. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna unfold this one. I was trying to glide off the car.
You tried? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Oh, I don't know too much about flying. Gus hovers. Do you want me to watch you? Do you want me to get the doctor up, or you doing?
I mean, I'm gonna ask Zane in a little while, I guess, but I was just practicing.
Practice this way. Don't jump off the side of the building.
Yeah, true. That's a good point.
Well, I'm gonna try to get some more sleep. Good luck.
Thanks. All right, one more.
Ooh.
There it is. 8.
You can get all the way to the point where you have to stop yourself. Sure. Yeah, you're gonna fly into a column or something, and you have to like pull yourself to a stop. You land on your feet though.
I am one of the only flying Azorg ever. So cool.
I'm woken up by the chittering of an Azorg. Ah, you did it. Okay, see.
Gus is trying to clap, but he doesn't have hands.
Oh, he's just jumping up and down with his feet. Tink, tink, tink.
Cool, thanks, buddy. All right, I'm gonna rooster crow everybody awake. Come on, just get up!
Yeah.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Great.
Your wings are looking a little banged up there. You all right?
I took a little tumble, but then I got it, I think. Everybody kind of has dreams of flying one day. I actually did.
Just be careful with that flying with all those bat things out there. Most predatory winged animals, that flying groups may think you're food if they see you trying to fly around.
Oh yeah, or they'll try to mate with me. I wouldn't want that either.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, birds of a feather. So, we got a hike ahead of us. We're going to try to go towards the center of the city after the eldership.
Yep.
Everybody had their iguana pops.
Yeah, let's pack the extras for the road. We got water. Everybody's holding water. I've got my new sword. I've got my pistol. Like a real adventurer now.
You got a boop boop for the car?
I mean, we don't want it to make noise. We can just go push the lock buttons. Oh, watch this. Hey, Gus, boop boop. And he flies over and locks the car.
Hey Otto, when you swing the sword, does it make some sounds? Does it go like wow wow? Does it do that?
Sure. Let me try it out.
So you're gonna wield the arc weapon while it's like you're gonna swing it while it's activated.
Yeah.
I see what you did there, Ghost. It's probably a
Zigzag
wise.
takes 2 steps back.
It's probably a wise decision. So let's go ahead and roll a melee blade check.
Most powerful weapon in the galaxy, and he points it at his face.
I got
Watch out
a
for Gus.
3.
Okay, you didn't go negative, so you don't slice Gus in half. You do realize it's very dangerous. It's also a lot more difficult to wield than you thought it would be. It turns out with the blade not having weight, like the human body is not like conditioned to understand that. The blade does not have weight. And therefore the tendency to want to fling it in directions where you could like chop your own limbs off is a significant risk.
Like a Wii remote.
Yeah.
I now will shakily click it down and then sheath it back in.
It's
I didn't hear if it made sounds or not, but I made sounds as I went, ah!
it does make sound as the superheated plasma of the arc weapon would cause air molecules to expand rapidly around it.
It would hiss, right?
Yeah, it would between hiss and a very low volume thunder almost. That's why the lightsaber kind of makes a vroom noise. Because it's causing air molecules to heat up.
I was wondering if it sounded like a sparkler where it kind of just, made the snap crowd pops in the air.
It will if you intersect anything. So just to be clear, we have left behind the wrench and the plasma jet.
I don't think anybody's strong enough to has the strength for the plasma jet.
I'll take the wrench because it's a nice wrench, and I collect antique tools now.
Okay.
You guys want me to carry the plasma jet around?
And just put it in the car.
We don't want some child to find it.
I don't know that that's going to be a problem.
Sorry, it's the memories. I'm having a hard time distinguishing now and then.
I mean, even then it was behind the locked door.
Yeah, but we left the door open.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can see that now. A child went past the employees only.
Look, some of those employees had children. They brought them in.
Bring your daughter to work day. Check out this really cool marshmallow blaster. So, to the center of the city. Which way to go, Zigzag?
My dowsing rod brain
Says that away.
says this way.
Okay. That's what I was about to ask. Plasma jet. In car or on person?
In car. I don't think anyone. This is like a 2-person thing, right? I mean, this is heavy.
He said it was strength 9 to carry it, right?
It's strength 9 to use it. It's bulky. So it's strength 9 to use it. It's 10 kilograms of your carry capacity to carry it.
No, it's in the car.
Okay.
Good.
So let me switch maps real quick. Everybody's got everything off this map that they need?
I do.
Well, that's interesting.
Yep.
My controls to switch to the next map are not showing up. Problematic. You know what? Solution for that, because I keep a backup.
That's good table topping.
I've got a bag full of all the little shortcut things that it creates for one world. And that lets me this.
Smart. The links.
Okay. Now, you grab all these character tokens. You guys, now, how are you getting down off of the car park? Because the lower levels are more or less just completely full of debris and animal warrens, and it's not super safe to go down internally to the building.
I could climb the outside. What do you guys want to do?
You could just jump out the window.
The fire escapes look safe.
No, there are no fire escapes. The Droian could fly.
What about the humans that lived here?
Second-class citizens.
Oh,
Actually, it's not completely true. They would have been equals.
How much rope can we have? Can we make ourselves a ladder?
Yeah. I mean, that's a perfectly acceptable. That's a perfectly acceptable thing. Fire escape doesn't make sense to me just because the outside of these buildings is in such incredibly bad shape. I cannot see one being intact.
yeah, but let's belay ourselves down. That's smart.
Yeah, you guys can cautiously lower yourselves to the ground. I just wanted to know because now that you're down on the ground, you have this rope hanging out of the side of the parking garage.
Let's camouflage it so we can use it to get back up later.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Can we make it look like old hose or vine or something? Tuck it back up in the foliage.
Sure. That is a deception intellect check.
Oh, I would have a +3 in that. I'm going to go ahead and try to roll that.
You also are the most dexterous and could do that the entire length of the building.
An 11.
Excellent. It's very well hidden. All right, so out in front of you is what remains of the city. This is one of those maps that should have a lot more detail pieces, but I was worried about how much bandwidth we were eating. So let me describe the scene for you. In front of you is a eroded and dilapidated main thoroughfare that goes through the middle of this part of the city. The skyscraper buildings have mostly collapsed in on themselves. The ones that are still tall have obvious roosting areas for the large bat-like creatures that you saw, which seem to be a very prevalent creature here. The little iguana creatures and such that you've seen are also very prevalent, as are the rats that aren't mole rats. Everything you see here is just a, Fallout level mess. As Zigzag looks down this street, he knows that somewhere at the other end of this thoroughfare is a building that is important. It's where you need to go for the eldership. I'm going to go ahead and tell you there's two paths that Zigzag can think of. At every one of these intersections, there is a manhole cover, and you could either go through the city sewers, or you can go over Topland. Of course, it also occurs to Zigzag that he could fly, but and that is like a natural Droian that way of thinking, but he realizes, of course, that only he could do that, and not everyone else could, and it would be difficult.
Yeah, especially with the big bats. Gentlemen, I'd like to just speak to you for a second about these big bats. I've been thinking about them. While I could fly, you guys cannot, and I think in an overland kind of direction, you might guys, we'll have problems with the bats, but I'm thinking kind of smaller. I don't know if you're up for it, but we might be able to take the sewers underground and avoid the bats entirely.
But
Yeah.
encounter questionable other things.
True, there might be more trash bag panda thingy. What did you call it?
Trash octopus.
Panda.
Trash octopi in the sewers.
Yeah, we don't want to run into those, but do you want to deal with the bats?
I also vote, let's go through the sewers. Whilst is scarier down there, is scary down there. I mean, it's scary either way. I think that not having to worry about getting picked up by a giant herd of bats and dropped to my death is less scary than getting caught by another trash octopus and getting acid thrown up on me. What do you think, Reese?
Well, I think either way we're going to have some problems either way. So the only advantage I can see of us, going on the surface is that, Zigzag might be able to fly up a bit and actually see some distance on us to be able to know what direction we're going. I don't, we don't know what we're going to find in the sewers, and I mean, that's just it's a gamble either way.
Well, I have a really good feeling about the direction that we're going to head. I think that's where the Elder's ship is. So I've got a good sense of direction for that. Even if we're in the sewers, I don't think that'll be an issue.
Okay. The flying rats, are they active more during the day or at night, or how does that work?
You guys have seen them both during the day and at night. They are, now that you are closer to the city and you've seen them a bit more, you still haven't gotten a good close look at them, but you can gauge their size to be about a foot in length. And they move in swarms. So, like I said, 20 or 30 individuals.
Yeah, that's right. About 20 or 30 different in a swarm. Let's do the sewers. Because you'll end up getting swarmed by 20 to 30 of those things instead of just one.
Yeah, okay. So, up ahead, there's a manhole cover, and I can try to pry it out with the leader rod here, and we'll get down in the goop.
Okay, so you guys want to go in the first intersection sewer grate that you come across.
That's the one I picked, yes. Is everybody cool with that?
That's perfect.
Let me help you with that. Put the stick in there and we lean back.
Okay. As you are trying to get this manhole cover up, which is it's a physical strength thing, which is a problem for this particular party. Anyone who is not currently exerting themselves on the sewer grate, give me a perception check.
I have rolled the eyes of a snake.
Oh boy.
Okay. Well, when it happens, it's going to happen to Zane.
Yes!
There you go, Zane. You want to see it?
Sorry, switching screens.
The answer,
That looks right.
the answer is no. No, I did not want to see it. Thank you for that nightmare fuel. Okay. I'm assuming that everyone else who did not give me a response is currently super occupied trying to pull this sewer grate off. And
No, I rolled this. I got a 7. Sorry.
Okay. So you also don't see it, but you're not as bad as Snake Eyes.
Correct.
So there's a big swarm, and like I said, when they're just flying, they still make a creepy noise. Like their wings make a weird, like hissing noise almost. Do they describe? Get my reference book out. Oh my god, they go in so much detail about their it's like whispering. So it sounds like a person whispering, like just out of your ability to hear. And that sound is coming from above and it's getting louder, and you look up and 20 to 30 of these things here are swarming down on the party. You don't see them in time because nobody passed their check in order to get an action before they attack. So let's see. 3D plus 1. As they jump onto Zane and just start swarming him, they do 9 damage to Zane, minus whatever your armor modifier is. That's zigzag. You got a jacket on for plus 5. So you take 4 damage.
Glorious.
Counter set up right. Yes, they are. Okay. You've been bit. And you gentlemen may now roll your initiatives, and for the second time tonight, tell me what's going on.
Panic.
Probably.
My initiative is 8.
These guys rolled an initiative of 3, so you guys are probably all going to get to go first.
Six.
10.
And I got an 11.
Okay. Sounds like Otto's going first.
I've got a thing in the grate, right? I'm trying to pull the grate up. I'm going to try to finish pulling the grate up.
Okay, give me an athletic strength check. And yes, it must be strength.
Yeah. That's a 9. Minus 3 minus 1 is a 5.
Okay. You fail to get the sewer cap completely pulled up. Reese, I believe you were next.
I'm going to take my heavy revolver and shoot it in the air to see if the sound actually causes them to scatter.
Ooh, it's a good idea. You're not going to shoot it at them for good measure, or you're just going to shoot it in the air?
Well, I'm going to shoot it towards them, but I want to be definitely far enough away from Zane that I have no risk of hitting him.
Okay. Not sure you need to roll for that. But go ahead and roll just to see if you do super good. Maybe you get 1 or 2 of them.
Nah, I rolled 11, so I mean
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you roll damage. We'll say that the effect of your check, which is 3, you get 3 of them. Just pop, pop, pop. The sound does cause them to temporarily disperse off of Zane, but it also seems to piss them off. So they have now turned towards you, Reese.
Wonderful.
So, and that also brings us to Zane's turn.
Well, now that they're not on me, I'm going to get Zigzag out of the way and pick up the manhole cover.
So Otto's currently tugging on it, and we're all on the same time. So only one of you may attempt to pull the manhole cover up per turn. Because it's a one-man job, and he's already stated he's doing it. You're all acting in the same time.
Well, then I'm going to grab my fancy sword thing, and because I don't want to use my gun, and get over by Reese and stand by to swing at any of them that get close to him, and take swings at any of them that get close to him.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a melee check.
Eight natural. I got blade 0, and dex 2, so 10.
Okay. You get 2 more of them just by swinging your blade. You're just chopping these little fuckers in half. So that's, what's that, 5 total you guys have killed so far?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. That brings us to Zigzag.
I'm gonna side dagger. I'm gonna try to get some.
Okay.
So here's my thing. I'm going to, because I'm in the suit. There's a lamppost here nearby. I'm gonna jump up the lamppost to give me more height, vertical, so I can stab with one side dagger.
Okay. I'm going to reiterate.
Yeah.
I'm going to reiterate something that we've talked about a couple times. While in a vac suit, your gripper claws do not work. So you're not going to be able to just climb up the side of it.
Okay, I'll step off this trash can.
Okay, you can still do aerobatics. I'm just making sure you remember that.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll. I'm just going to go ahead and call that a. I'm just going to go ahead and call that a melee check.
Excellent.
Unless you want to use something else.
No, that's fine. It's a 9.
Okay. Well, you cut one in half on the way down, which is excellent progress. Okay, it is now the bat's turn. Somebody fired a gun, really pissed them off. And they swarm in. Because of Zane and all the other things that are going on, they missed. So they don't actually do any damage to John, but they are swarming him. And I'm going to need a perception check at some point from either Zigzag or Otto, who are probably the most likely people to see it. Or Gus. Gus would be a prime candidate, but if Gus does it, obviously Otto doesn't go. And then when we are top of the round, Otto, it's your turn.
Can I be Gus's perception?
Yeah, so you can still take your turn for combat. It's just the perception check is either one of the two of you. But because I asked for the perception check, it doesn't take your turn.
Can I switch turns with Dr. Zane? I felt him wanting to pull this thing out, so I've got the thing held up and I kind of motion to him.
Okay. You want to give me Gus's perception first?
I do.
It's kind of important.
Gus rolled a 9. Gus has +2 in perception. Or no, he has +2 +1, has +3, so that's a 12.
Okay. This is a very long thoroughfare. This very long thoroughfare, it almost disappears on the horizon as it goes down there. However, Gus is a flying entity. From his elevated position, trying to stay clear of all these bats, he looks down and sees that the gunfire has drawn a reaction and that there are a group of Serpentina down that have now seen you guys and are coming down the thoroughfare towards you. They're quite a long ways away, but they are definitely headed down the street towards you.
Enemy spotted. Zane, help us out.
I'm gonna jump in there and try to get that manhole cover open.
Okay. Athletics check.
I believe my athletic strength is 0, but with a base 11, I don't know that I'm going to need much of that.
Okay. Your strength is 1. Your athletic skill is 0.
Yep. So for a total of 12.
You pull the manhole cover up.
All right, guys, everybody in.
I will jump in on my turn.
And the same here.
Okay. This is a manhole. I think you guys are treating it like a Mario pipe. But, so, I heard Zane is going to be the first one to go in. Is that what I heard?
I opened it up.
Okay. I just want you to know, like, it's a hole with a ladder in it that's dark and you can't see in it. If you just want to jump into the hole, you guys can do that.
No, I assumed my 6 seconds was me moving it, like opening it up, and
I was more referring to the fact that everyone thinks they're going to jump into this hole on their turn. You can, I won't stop you. But I suspect that in real life, you would come up to this dark hole you can't see the bottom of with the ladder going into it and say, I don't think I just want to jump in there like a Mario pipe.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
The sound that it makes. If it makes the whoop whoop whoop, then that'd be pretty cool. And then we die at the bottom of it. But
yeah, that'd be great.
Is it my turn?
It is currently Reese's turn.
All right, so with my turn, I will start making my way towards.
But yes, no, it is because Otto and Zane switched.
It's all good. So I'm just going to start backing up towards the grate, but kind of staying away from it. I don't know, to keep the swarm away from everyone else. And I'm gonna fire my gun again at the bats.
Okay.
And we have rolled a 7. Weapons is dexterity, I'm assuming. So it gives me an 8.
Okay, you get 1.
Sweet.
Okay. We'll do it at the end. We'll do it at the end of the round. We don't need to do it now. Otto, because Zane went first.
So Reese didn't jump in the hole?
No.
And I didn't get to go.
Zigzags at the end of the zigzag. You rolled a 6, so you haven't had your turn yet.
Oh, okay. I'm tracking now. So it's Zane and Otto switched. Okay, I'm tracking.
Yeah.
Gus, go down. Then I'm going to start climbing down the hole following Gus.
Okay, so you send Gus down the hole. And then you get on the ladder and start climbing it down.
Yep.
Okay. It takes longer than 6 seconds, in my opinion, to climb down one of these sewer grates.
100%.
It's not a thing that you just, power slide down. So you can either roll a dexterity check to try to speed this descent at the risk of falling down the ladder, where you understand that for the next like 2 turns, you're going to be blocking this hole.
Kizik dies on a ladder. Let's see if it happens.
It could. That's why I gave him the choice. It's basically, would you like the fast route that's risky or the safe route that's slow? It's classic RPG.
Yeah, this is athletics dexterity.
It is athletics dexterity. That is correct. Actually, normally athletics strength for climbing. So we are going to do athletic strength. Because, yeah, technically that is what it is.
Then no, I'm going to spend the next 2 minutes, or the next 12 seconds, trying not to scrape my knees as I'm getting in this hole.
Okay. Alrighty, so Otto's in the hole. Zigzag, it's your turn.
Bats are still a problem?
Oh, yeah. There are 13 bats left. They are swarming Reese. He keeps firing his gun, which is really pissing him off. Also, Otto yelled something about contact with the enemy.
Yeah, do I see the Serpentine people?
Yeah, if they would be called out to you, everyone would be able to see them. Everyone would also realize that they are within rifle range. They see you and they are headed in your direction.
John, stop shooting! Stop shooting! I really wanted to make some sort of flamethrower, but that's okay. Somebody has a big plasma thingy, right? Nope, we left that on the ship.
Sure did leave that in the car.
Alright, so, I'm going to stealth. I'm going to hide behind some sort of vehicle or something to get away from the Serpentine people. And then hopefully the sewer grate will clear enough that I can go in. But I'm going to make sure everybody else can go in first.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
My stealth is so good, but I rolled a 4. 7, 8. 8 for stealth.
Okay. You have found a bush. Okay. And after Zigzag, it's the bat's turn. The bats are still attacking Reese because he's still firing his gun. Ooh. Oh. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Let me double check to make sure that stat's right before I say that. Where did I put the stats for this thing? I've got a copy on the table. Is 3D plus 1. Alright, well, Reese is in deep shit. They swarm Reese and start grabbing chunks out of his arm with their little fangs. They can take bites out of you with their serrated teeth, like per pass. And they do 18 points of damage minus whatever your soak is from your modified armor.
18.
Yeah, so it's 3d6 plus 1. They rolled 2 boxcars and a 5.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
Of course they did.
that's why I had to double check it. I wanted to make sure it was right before I gave you that number.
So 18 minus the protection on my gear,
Yep,
right?
which luckily just got an upgrade.
Yeah, ooh. So yeah, 18, the minus the 4, so we got 14 damage.
Oof. And what's your endurance?
6.
So again, so we didn't actually bring me all the way up because I had lost 6 of it total. Dr. Zane had brought me up 3. Are we calling it that he brought me up the full 6?
No, he brought
We
you up 3.
slept one night. Yeah.
So if you want to roll for sleeping real fast, so the way that works is you roll an endurance check. You roll like an endurance athletics check, and it's against your current score. So if you're at 3 endurance, you're at -1 for the check. But you roll 2d6 at -1, and whatever the effect is, you positive or negative, you take to your endurance.
Okay, so rolled an 8. You're saying -1, right?
Yep, so you take -1 health. You got hurt more by trying to heal overnight.
Ooh, shit.
Darn sleeping. Okay, so my endurance is down to a 2. minus the 14 that is running into my strength.
Okay. Is your strength at 0?
Not yet.
Okay. So how many points of strength do you have left? Because if you got 14 and you were at 3, then you were down to 2. So that's 12, and your strength is listed as 7 on this sheet that I'm looking at.
Are we going into dexterity or strength next?
You get to choose, but you said strength.
Oh, I said that because I assumed it was going from endurance, then the next one over was dexterity.
Okay, well, then you can take it from dexterity, that's fine, but you said strength. And because you get to choose... Okay.
It was a misconception on my end then.
Okay. So... That's still... Because you're minus 12, basically. Because you got 14, you take 2 out for the 2 endurance that you had left. That's 12, and then you have 9 dexterity, so that brings your dexterity to 0, correct?
Correct.
You are unconscious. Plus whatever overflow goes into your strength. If your strength hits 0, you die.
Strength is 7, down 3.
Okay. So Reese is down and being literally ripped apart by a swarm of 13 of these bat-like creatures. There are also 6 Serpentina soldiers with heavy energy weapons running down the road towards you guys.
We were trying to be quiet. He was shooting. I don't know. Gotta get him into the storm drain.
Yep, it is the top of the round. Go ahead and add at a initiative of 8 the Serpentina soldiers. And it's top of the round, so it's auto, I believe.
Yeah, so I spent a turn getting in really tight. Now I'm going to kind of try to do the thing where I put your feet on one side and the other thing and try to get to the bottom of the ladder as fast as I can to get people out of the way.
Okay. You don't actually have to because it's your second turn, but you can if you would like to. That would allow someone else to get into the hole this turn.
9 minus 4 is a 5.
Can you give me a quick intelligence check?
That's a 4 plus 2 for a 6.
Wow, you're not dice lucky right now, are you? You take 3 damage from the fall as you fall off the ladder, and you don't have the revelation that you were about to have. That's through armor, by the way. Fall damage is not reduced by protection. Reese, you are unconscious, so you don't get a turn. Zane.
Is Reese close enough to the manhole that I can grab him and drag him down it with me?
So it's not big enough for you to drag him down. What you could try to do is drop him in the hole on top of Otto. However, you are a doctor and he is very badly injured, and the fall may kill him.
Yep, I recognize that, but the bats and the
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
Serpentina will kill him. So I'm gonna scream down the hole, Doc, Reese is coming down fast, and then I'm going to grab him and, to the best of my ability to not damage him too much on the way down, drop him down the hole.
Okay. I don't.
Best friend for.
I don't think you need to roll much for that. Give me a athletic strength to see how effective this is. And what I'm really doing is to see if you get a really awesome level of cushion. Like if you get a really good effect, I'm going to cushion the fall.
I got an 11.
That's a good roll. And you're rolling good over there. Your modifiers for strength are +1, so that's a 12. So that's a effect of 4 on a D6.
The 11.
What?
Well, I added the 1 to the 11, so the with effect,
Okay, it's
sorry, with the 1 is 11.
Okay, effect of 3 on a D6 is still pretty good. All right. So Dubs, you take 2 more damage from the fall down the sewer. You fall on top of Dr. Otto, who has sort of cushioned your fall.
All right, I am down to 1 strength left.
Ooh. I don't think we've ever been this close before.
Oh yeah.
All right. Speaking of being close, that was Zane's turn. So now it's the Serpentina soldiers. I'm going to first roll something. Okay. They are going to take a standard move, which barely moves them at all, because they're also going to be trying to shoot. Their shots are sort of at the group and not like super accurate. So what they're going to end up doing is they're going to hit some of the bats that were swarming where Reese was, and they're going to knock 3 of them out. But there is now like massed fire coming in at your position. Zigzag, it is your turn.
All of my friends seem like they're stuffing themselves into the sewers. How many bats are left?
There are 10 bats left.
Shit.
They have a maximum bite ability of 19, and your armor is 14 protection. Maybe 15 protection, I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to jump at them and oh man, I'm sneaking. Okay. So this is what I want to do. From stealth, jump up the side of the building and try to get him.
Okay.
Get another one with a dagger.
All right. So it's dagger time. Okay. Go ahead and roll me your melee attack with a boost dice.
Yeah, thanks anyway, because I can appreciate it. It's 8.
Okay. Roll your damage.
With the dagger. That's 1d plus 2.
Sorry, 5.
Okay. You get 2 of them on your way to the ground. Complete sneak attack. But because you jumped in that way, you land like right in the street amongst them.
Yep.
It's like a superhero style landing, especially with your wings and everything. It looks super cool. But you are now standing in the middle of the street, surrounded by the bats. It is now the bats' turn.
Minor, can I deception? I want the Serpentina to think that I am a superhero.
Roll me a deception. They know what a Droyan is, and that's what your armor looks like, so...
Yeah, but have they seen one around in a long time? Fully kitted out?
Yeah, they murdered a bunch of them.
Oh, right. Damn, that's true. I forgot about that. It was 6 anyway.
They're not super convinced. The bats don't manage to get through your armor, but they do chew on the edges a little bit. And it's top of the round with Otto.
Stop, this is new old stock.
I'm going to pull Reese out of the bottom of the sewer, and then I'm going to look around to see how safe it is down here in the sewers.
Okay, well, you're down here, and you're down here. And where is your token? Ah, there we go. And you're down here. I mean, in the 6 seconds you have to glance around, you don't have to roll. You see what you see.
Yeah, I don't see an immediate swarm of rats attacking us. I pull Reese to the side, and I try to get him on his back so that he's a little bit safe.
Yeah, you pull him up on his side. He coughs up a bunch of blood. He's bleeding from dozens of small wounds from these little bites. They're chunks of his flesh that are missing. He's in really bad shape. Okay. Do you want to do any type of action? Or standard action. That would be a minor action.
I know. I don't. I'm going to call to my guys. Say, hey, we're down here. And just make sure he's not going to immediately. Do I need to apply first aid? No, I have a doctor. Doctor's coming down the ladder.
Okay. Zane?
I'm gonna go down the ladder.
Okay. Are we athletics checking it or climbing the safe way?
I think I need to get down there fast, so I think I'm gonna athletics check it.
I think it's a good decision, but, you know, I also had in the back of my mind the idea that this is how you die.
Yeah, yeah. This is a strength one, right?
Yes, you're climbing.
9.
Okay. That includes your +1 for strength?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You slide down with great aplomb. You almost look like a superhero sliding to the end of the ladder. And now it is the soldier's turn again. They are going to mass fire again. They might actually hit something now. I don't know if I have enough dice to do this. That's probably not what Zigzag wants to hear.
No, not at all.
They fire. It doesn't have AP or anything, right? No. Okay. Oh shit. But it is auto. We're gonna give you a pass on auto this time. That's 5 and 4 is 9 and 3 more is 12 damage, which I believe is less than your armor can deflect. Your shiny new armor takes many shots from laser carbines. Ding 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 ding. But none of it gets through.
I'm feeling quite protected, but that's again at this range. Closer, I probably would be toasted. So I want to get out of here.
Well, that's a good move, and it is your turn.
I think the ladder is clear.
It is.
So I'm going to run and grab the ladder to swing my body down.
Okay.
Tucking wings in so I can fit inside.
Excellent. I was going to ask if you were trying to use the wings to, like, glide down, or if you were going to climb the ladder, but you are going to climb the ladder.
On the ladder.
Okay. Give me the same athletic strength check, please.
I don't want to. That's a terrible idea. It's
about to get worse because I have to ask you a question. Are you going to try to pull that heavy-ass manhole cover down on top?
I don't think I can physically do that.
It's going to add a -2 to your check. So it is a difficult thing for especially you to do.
Actually, I got an 8 for my roll. It's a just complete wash, no negatives. I can't. Yeah, I'm not going to pull that. So I have an 8. I'll go down the ladder.
Okay. You go down the ladder. Because you did your athletics check, you get to power slide down to the bottom. Actually, I'm going to be generous GM. You wouldn't have any need to power slide down the ladder if you closed the latch above your head. So I'll let you lose your athletic strength check to pull the man cover over top of you if you want to climb down slowly.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll have a door shut, but I'm at the top of the ladder.
Yep. At the bottom of the ladder, out of combat time now because all the bad guys are up top for at least the time being. Reese is trying to bleed to death.
Doc, he's not looking good. Wait, I'm keeping pressure on the wounds, but I need help.
I'm gonna bust out my surgical kit thing and first aid kit him. Doc, I need you to give me as much light as you can so I can see what I'm doing here, because we're in the middle of a sewer. So can you have Gus give me some light and you help me keep him in a clean state, like the cleanest spot we got here on the floor?
So I was going to give you a Bane dice, which I don't normally do. But since you've angled so correctly for a boost dice, I'm just going to call it a wash.
Otto takes off his jacket and lays it down, tries to pull Reese onto it. We're very gently, and Gus lights up as light as he can.
All right, here we go. Rolled a 7 plus 3 for medical plus 2 for education. For a total of 12. And I don't have the central supply catalog for the bonus from the surgical kit.
Does that give you a bonus to first aid?
I think it does. But I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, check it. That's at least a plus of 4, correct?
Yes, plus 4.
That brings
just
you,
the roll me skills.
That brings you back into your dexterity checks, correct, Dubs?
Is that point for point? So 16?
No. It's the effect. You get a plus 4.
Okay, that's what I want to check. Yes. So I'm still in strength.
You're still in strength, so you're still unconscious.
Yeah, so strength is 7. I have 1 left. We're adding 4, which gives me 5.
Okay. Let me check this medical equipment. I am looking now. Field surgical kit, is that the one you got?
I believe so, yes.
It says DM plus 0. Surgery is a DM of -2. But you're not doing surgery.
Nope, I'm doing first aid. So the 12 it is.
Yep. So basically, you can perform surgery in the field, which you can't normally do, but you do it at -2. That's what this kit really does for you. You have a med kit. Med kit do anything special?
That might be the one to get.
The med kit. Do you know what TL it is at?
I think I have that written on my sheet.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go check that real quick because that does give you a plus. That's probably what you're thinking. I see advanced. I see basic med kit. I don't know why you bought the basic one. I'm going to give you the improved one. The basic one is only TL8. The improved one is TL10. You could have gone as high as the enhanced one. I don't know. I'm guessing it was because you bought it with starting money and you could only spend $2,000.
I believe that's what it was.
Okay. But you could have bought a
And
more advanced one along the way. So I'm going to give you the improved one. That gives you a DM of +1, which gives you one more. Or I'll give you the enhanced one. That gives you a DM of +2. That's within your tech level. And
that would be an effect. Oh, go ahead.
That'd be an effect of 6. So that means that instead of an effect of 4, you get 2 extra points back, though, Dubs.
So effective 6 was what I was adding to my strength?
You added 4. You're going to add 2 more on top of that.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, so I got the total is going to be a +6, which is 4 + 2. Added to my 1 existing, which is going to put my strength at 7, which is I'm back into dexterity as a 0.
Okay. Yes, so I'm going to count that as you waking up but still being in dire straits.
Copy.
This zigzag token. Zigzag needs to be down here with the rest of the party. By the time they are done stitching and patching, I mean, John Reese looks like out of a B-grade mummy film. He's got so much galls on him. Like those bats literally almost, so they're basically like piranhas, and they generally only leave behind gnawed bone and viscera. And they can do this within seconds of attacking you. As Reese almost found out.
If I lie, if I still live through this, I'm gonna whistle when I walk.
And listen to your teammates when they tell you repeatedly not to use your firearm.
Yeah. Well, when you got covered by 13 different bats all trying to come. It's a difficult decision.
You panicked. That's okay. Look, we're still being chased by serpentine people that can probably open that manhole cover, so we should be moving.
Definitely. Reese, can you walk? That doesn't matter. We gotta go.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm in a place where I can walk. I don't know how that is.
Yes, you are. The reason that I let you wake up was so that you could walk. You don't want to take any damage. 1 point of damage will render you unconscious again.
Gotcha. Did we close the manhole cover?
Yes.
Made it to a door.
You sure did. So, what you're looking at is the same kind of electronic door that seemed to be standard up in the building above, except this door does not have any sort of power like the other one did. It's easy to tell that these sewers are not in any better shape than the rest of the city, and whatever used to power this thing is no longer online. It is also some sort of watertight emergency floodgate, so there's always the possibility that it's closed for a reason.
All right, guys. This is going to be a tough one to open. It doesn't have any power, so we're going to have to manually crank it and hope that there's not a bunch of water behind it.
Can help crank, I guess.
Or Serpentina. They might be behind it too because they know we're down here.
Possibility?
But I don't see how we have any other choice because we can't go back the way we came. So, crank away.
It's going to be a task chain. Someone's got to do a mechanics check to figure out how to crank it. Remember, it's not a standard door like you're used to.
You want me to do that, or you got that?
I got that. Me and Gus. He's toolsing it up. I know the right spots here. Then I rolled a 3, 4, 5. I got a 5.
Okay. I'm going to take this opportunity to say something that will, you're looking at the thing and you find that there's like an emergency power outlet that would have fit perfectly with a certain microfusion backpack. That would have just allowed you to control and open the door. Unfortunately, that doesn't do you any good as you don't have said backpack.
Oh no. Well, we left that back there. Ah, fuck. I can't figure out how I would open it.
Would someone else like to make an attempt this turn?
I will make an attempt.
Zigzag's probably the right one. Zigzag, give me some help with this.
I thought the pilot was going to do it, but okay.
I mean, this is doors you have memories of, and you're real good with mechanics.
Yeah, true. I rolled a 9 plus 3.
I believe you are also carrying the big wrench, right?
I am. I do have a big wrench.
Turns out that's what the big wrench is for. Only one person can crank it at a time, but there is basically a huge bolt that the big wrench fits into. And you can manually turn it to manually crank the door open. It's an athletic strength check. You can do endurance, or you can do strength.
I'll do the cranking.
Yeah, you can strength it up.
Athletic strength. Here we go. I got a whopping 7 with
Okay.
my +1.
With your plus. Okay, well, it's harder than it looks. So that's going to be the end of that round then, right? Anyone else want to do anything for the end of the round that hasn't gone yet?
Zane coughs up. Give me that wrench.
Yeah, I mean, Reese is the one that's injured. Not Zane. Yeah. I don't. I mean, Thodubs is not gone this turn, so if you want to do something, you can, but I don't think it's a good idea for you to try to crank that and potentially exert yourself to the point of causing 1 damage and rendering yourself unconscious.
No, I would 100% agree with that.
Reese,
Okay.
I recommend walking behind us and letting us know if the serpentine come down while we're focusing on getting this door open.
Yes, I will. I will do that.
Okay. It is the top of the round. Things have happened.
I'm gonna keep cranking.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another roll.
9.
Okay. You start cranking it and making progress, and as soon as the door cracks open, water begins to just gush through the door and flood into the room at an exponential rate. It's like having a fire hose filling the room.
I'm gonna crank it the other way.
Not this turn, you're not.
Okay, fair.
Anyone else?
We still have to go this way, so why would you close it? No other way to go.
Is this door locked back here?
Sure is. Not only is it locked, but you'll notice that bolts have engaged. And you would have heard bolts snapping from the topway as well.
Guys, we're trapped in.
Everybody take a big deep breath.
And we're gonna get wet.
Okay. I'm just asking because I want to know if anyone wants to do anything.
Zigzag's going to prepare to swim.
Okay.
Gus is gonna go up as high as he can. Otto's going to get behind this corner. Try to get around the...
You're guessing it's going to take the room about 30 seconds to fill at the rate the water's coming in.
Is the gap under the door big enough for a zigzag?
Almost. One more good crank would do it.
Okay.
And we are at top of the round, so speaking of the gap getting bigger.
Bigger or smaller? Which way are you gonna go?
Open it up bigger. Let's do this. Go bigger, go home.
Oh, there's no going home.
Yeah, so going big.
8 gives you a
Athletics
single
strength
notch.
of 8.
Oh wait, that's not with your athletics, or it's with it?
That's with it.
Okay. That makes it just big enough for Zigzag to fit through. Zigzag, do you want to go through?
Yeah, I'm gonna go through on my turn.
Okay. Well, I mean, it can be your turn right now. We're not in combat time.
I'm going in.
Okay. I'm going to show the door is open. It's still only big enough for Zigzag to go through. In this other room, Zigzag, you can give me a perception check, and I'll give you what details you can see.
What a roll. 13.
Okay. Oh, wow, that's really good. Okay, so first off, you are acutely aware of the fact that you're in a vac suit. You are immune to drowning, at least until your oxygen supply runs out, and the pressures of it. As you come in here, the big important thing that you're going to notice is that there's water coming in from several inlet pipes into this room. And what's happening right now is the water level in this room is way higher than this room, so there's a huge amount of pressure coming in, but it will eventually equalize, and then the water coming into this room will eventually fill both rooms. So you only have a limited amount of time to figure out the problem, but you have more than you thought you had, more time than you thought you had.
Okay. I don't see any levers or buttons yet.
Are you above or below the water line?
I'd be above.
You're above the water line. You do not see any levers or buttons, but you see another manhole cover exit, and this one is not latched. This one's not bolted like the other one is now.
Okay. Oh, for comms, I'm gonna say, seems safe enough in here. If you guys can ratchet that door open a little bit more, somebody else can come in.
Okay. Are we moving on to the next round? I only have to keep track of rounds because of what the bads are doing.
I'm going to get closer to the door. Trying to prep push against the water.
Okay. Top of the round. Zane?
Open the door some more. 8 again.
Okay. It is now wide enough that one person can squeeze through per round, like at a time.
I'm going to squeeze through.
Okay. What about Gus?
Is the water waist level or high? Can he scooch through with a tippity top?
Yeah, he can come through at the top. It hasn't gotten to the top of the bar yet.
Limbo.
He's going to get to this part and try to stay right by the ladder as high as possible. I see the same thing, water coming in from all sides.
Yes, you're above the water line, right?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything? Zigzag? Reese?
I'm just going to keep on moving towards the door.
I mean, you are in a significant amount of pain, and now you've got dirty water on your bandages. So
Oh yeah, it's definitely good news.
Understandable. Zigzag?
I want to look around the room more.
Okay. Where do you want to
I
look?
can take this. Yeah, I can take this time to look underneath the water.
I'm
Okay.
still looking for buttons, levers, grates that I can move that would drain the water.
Okay, that is actually what you see. Is there are water draining grates in the bottom. They have debris and trash and shit clogging them up, and they're holding the water in because they're blocked.
Okay, so this could become like a physical thing, just unblocking these drains.
Rating you.
I'm going to go to the closest one and start trying to move shit.
Okay. Go ahead and give me athletic strength. We're doing a lot of those today.
Yep, not great at them.
You know what? I'll take vac suit. You're in a set of vac suit armor.
Okay. That makes it
The same.
No, it's better. So that's a dex. It's an 8.
Okay. So you're removing some of the debris, and you do see water start. Like, you can tell that it's now going through, even though you're underwater, you can tell it's going through the vent.
Starting to like make a current and pull.
Yes, exactly. Zane
Well, Eddie.
and John, who are back at the other side of this door, you guys now hear pounding and the telltale signs of the Serpentina trying to get through the top hatch. In this room. The water is
Hey, guys.
at shoulder level.
Hey guys, we got some visitors coming in the top over here.
Well, let's get through here then.
Through quick.
Top of the round.
Race, get through here.
All right, I am going to go through.
Okay, you moved through. Zane, what's your plan here?
I'm not going to open it up anymore. I'm going to go through on the next round where there's room for me to go through, and then try to shut the door from the other side.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. Zigzag and Otto and Gus. Well, Zigzag and Otto or Gus, I should say.
I'm gonna push through the water, trying to make it to the next door.
Okay. Water's at about shoulder level in here. So it's getting pretty deep.
Another vac suit roll to try to unblock the drain with a 9.
Excellent. You get about half that vent unblocked. Okay. Let me roll for the baddies again. You start hearing the sounds of energy weapon fire against the plate up there. Pretty thick piece of steel, but it is metal. And we're top of the round.
I'm going to slide through to the other side and then see if I can crank it shut.
I believe you had it open by 3 measures, correct?
4.
4. Okay. Thanks for your honesty. So go ahead and crank that.
You.
Well,
All right. That's awesome. You start cranking that shut.
Sorry, soldier boy.
Anyone else want to, I mean, obviously Zigzag's cleaning debris out, trying to make the drains work.
Can I try to start getting this one prepped mechanically for the screwdriver?
No.
Or the wrench?
Its emergency seals are activated, and it cannot be opened.
Excellent. I'm gonna walk back towards the middle so I don't drown.
I mean, the water is the same height in the whole thing.
Yeah. In the middle, there's a ladder I can climb if it gets too scary.
Okay. Anyone else?
The other two guys already moved.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'll just keep moving in closer a little bit, getting out of Zane's way.
Okay.
Guys, we might be able to drain this room of water.
There you go. I was about to encourage you to maybe communicate this tasking.
If we unblock these drains, we might be able to get the water level to go down.
Go try to find a drain and help him out.
Okay. We'll do top of the round then, since that's technically your second move. Zane, you can do another crank if you want.
Seven.
Seven. That's not good enough, huh?
Nope.
So that's a little bit of slippage. Otto, Reese, Zigzag.
Athletics, strength to dig the stuff out.
Yarp.
That's a -1.
Okay. It's tougher than it looks. Just staying underwater with the current coming in is kind of difficult. Plus, you're right underneath one of the pipes.
Show him how it's done with a 13.
Excellent. That one's pretty much clear. The water level's still rising, but the rate of its rising has slowed. Zane, you already did yours. You got -1. Reese.
So since this one over here has actually started draining, I'm going to head closer to that one, just kind of holding onto the pipes.
Okay. Can I ask what your tactical thinking for this scenario is?
What I'm thinking is that this area is going to probably start draining sooner so that I can actually, not be drowning.
He's gonna get killed by the bathtub drain.
And he's sucked into it? Is that what you're thinking?
I was thinking more along the lines of the whole room's going to fill and drown all of you if all 4 people don't work on it, but that's what I was thinking.
Well, my other logic was actually to go over to the other side and to see if I could start, kicking something. But again, strength being what it is, I don't know what good I'd be doing.
You could instead maybe look around and see if there's like tools or leverage that we could use. Maybe there's like a tarp or something in here floating around. I don't know what we'd use a tarp for, but shit, tools.
All good ideas. Okay, so I'm going to give the Serpentina another roll, and then we are going to go back to top of the round. Zane.
Here we go again.
On my own.
9.
Excellent. It's just about closed. Other guys.
This place reminds me of somewhere. 3PO, shut down all garbage containers.
The walls haven't started moving yet. We're still good.
That's true. I'm going to move over to another drain and start declogging. 7 plus 4. 11.
Excellent. You're doing a great job.
Can I find like a big long stick and try to mechanically like poke things through? Or I still just got to keep swimming down there?
I'm completely okay with you using a different skill by explaining how you're using the leverage. However, this is just because... So my teenager likes to do that. He likes to, when there's stuff in the sink that isn't supposed to be there, he likes to take like a chopstick and shove it down the drain, which is not how you keep the sink from getting clogged. Just so you're aware. And I know
it in.
I know that you're like, oh man, I'm gonna do that, but like that's such a peeve of mine now. It's not your fault, but it's such a peeve of mine because my teenager has ruined that sink twice trying to do that.
I was trying to poke it in because these are vents and like retch it out.
Yeah, that's totally different. Yeah, no, you're fine. You can use mechanics.
Put a magnet on the end of a rope.
I rolled a snake eyes and
Oh no.
I poke some shit back into the thing and make it more stuck.
Your stick gets stuck in the drain, and you can't get it back out. Okay.
I make a good hole and I'm like, yeah, look, I did it. And then it sucks the stick into the hole.
Reese, what are your thoughts?
I'm going to start looking now that the water isn't going up as fast as it was before. I'd like to see if there's anything along the walls or anything like that. Not necessarily like a stick, but any type of, oh gosh, not electronics, but something that can be used to turn the water off, or disable the water, or make it drain faster.
If you're looking for a valve or a switch, the answer is no. It's not going to be there. I won't make you roll for it. If you're looking for a tool to help you go to one of the grates and actually like clear it like the other guys are doing, then yes, there would be all sorts of debris and shit in there that you could use to do that.
Perfect.
Okay. You gonna do that, or should I move on to the next turn?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was waiting to find out if there was anything else. So yeah, so I have a piece of debris, I find some stuff, and I'm kind of just helping to keep this clean as the water is going and draining into it. You know, sometimes you might get some debris and stuff that's actually going to head towards there that might additionally clog it. I'm going to try and keep that free.
Okay,
open.
you're playing like hockey goalie.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You can give me a dexterity roll for that because it's more like catching than it is like pushing.
All right, copy.
And we're gonna go to the top of the round. There's still the sound of blaster fire from the other side up at the top, but it's getting fainter as Zane closes and closes and closes this door. Zane, give me one more successful check.
Dexterity 9.
Yeah, you're defending that goal.
8.
That is enough to do it. The door shuts. This is good on one part because now the door is shut. This is bad on another part because now the water level is coming up a little bit more quickly again because you closed off one of its exits. Everyone else want to do turns?
I'm clearing this drain with a +4. I rolled a 9.
That's enough to finish that one.
13. Cool. I just see a rat like on a piece of driftwood, and
It's standing on his hind
growled at
legs,
me.
surfing.
Yeah, the surfing Pikachu.
Yeah. Okay. Otto?
I've got a stick stuck into there. I'm going to get a second stick from that. And I'm going to try to just rip the whole fucking drain out.
There you go. That's definitely a strength check. Nerd rage, I'm mad, bro.
Can't have nice things.
Oh no.
I rolled my second boxcars.
I saw it.
Oh, no, that's not boxcars. It's the opposite of boxcars.
No, that's Snake Eyes.
Yeah. I also have a -4 in that, so that's a -2.
So that's a critical failure. Twice. Just so you know. Once for Snake Eyes, and then again for being -6 or more. So here's what happens. Otto pops the drain. He sees a leverage that's meant to open the actual grate. He sticks a piece in there. He pushes with all his might. It pops up just long enough to suck him into the drain, and then closes shut behind him as he is pulled underwater.
Oh shit!
Oh, jeez.
Well, that went south fast.
Has anybody seen Otto?
All right, 6 minutes to save Otto's life. So yeah, everybody else has done their checks. The door is shut. I'm going to stop rolling for the Serpentine at this point because they're going to be confused as fuck when they eventually get that thing open. Yeah, so all you have to do now is make the water drain.
Well, I've got 2 open. Do I? No, I need to save Otto, I think.
We've got 2 open and Otto stuck in a third.
Yes. And you got Reese playing goalie for one of them.
Yeah, so Otto just disappeared, though. I mean, can we even see him? I mean, you said the grate closed behind him.
Actually, the only person who would have been able to see it would have been Reese. But I'm going to say that you did see it, and that Otto may have had the opportunity to yell as he was being pulled under.
You would hear, "Oh my goodness, I did it! Oh shit!" Oh!
All right, well, I'm gonna go swim down where Reese is pointing that Otto went down and take a look at what I can see.
With 2 of the drains fully open, the water level is not rising. Okay, you guys get to this drain, and you see one white knuckle hand on the wrong side of the grate holding onto one of the grate bars.
How did he manage to get on the other side of the grate? Is there like a hinge? Zane, do you see a hinge?
I'm underwater. I can't really talk.
You do see a hinge and a pry bar that was used to open it.
I'm gonna hand signal to Zigzag that I'm gonna pry it open, and he's gonna grab Otto and pull.
I'm ready.
All right, this is a task chain. Let's get the athletics check to pull that, pop that grate open, and then a vac suit check to grab Otto.
Athletic strength, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good day to get a 10 plus 1 for 11.
All right, pops it open.
Total.
So remember to take the effect from the first task chain. So he got a 11.
12. Yep.
Yeah, that's enough to pull Otto back out of the drink. Zane, important question. Do you close the grate?
Yes.
Okay. Grate slammed shut. Still clogged, but it did let some water out, and you got Otto back out. Top of the round.
Adam makes it back to the top. Man, I'm not the best at cleaning grates, guys.
It's also worth noting that that's not clean water.
Oh, I drank a lot of it too.
You have to keep your mouth shut in situations like that.
I was excited and then dead, and then you saved my life. I owe you everything, Zigzag. All right, how can I help with this one?
Zane did work too.
Zane, thank you, Zane, too.
All I do is lift things.
Zane's like, what the hell?
Look, we gotta clear these off or we're gonna drown.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over to the other one and start cleaning off the other one.
Okay. Let's give me a series of combined checks. Everybody give me 1 to start.
I did great. 14.
8.
Combined check for what?
For your... well, you're actually not helping with this part of it, but you can still do your goalie check if you want.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I just wanted to make sure I was rolling the right thing here.
Otto, how'd you do?
I was still like mechanically trying to get my best advantage. I rolled a 9 plus 1 for a 10.
Excellent.
Helping.
Goalie is 12.
Okay. I'm going to count all that. So you guys managed to clear enough of the vents that the room actually fully drains given enough time. And the water's still coming in, but it's going out faster than it's coming in. And when that equilibrium happens and you guys are feet dry on the ground, all of the emergency locks for the room disengage. Except for this door.
Oh.
Because there's still water on the other side.
Oh, good. I was wondering about that.
So, that means that you guys are stuck in this room. Until you figure out the next door at least, or decide to go up the manhole, either one of those options. And we're going to figure out where you go from here next time, because we are at midnight.
On Traveler.
That's right. Next time on Raiders of the Lost Coins. So, what did you guys think?
Very
like
suspenseful.
Yeah, dude, you need a backup character.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. You died twice. You need a backup character.
Yeah. So this week we will roll another one.
You almost got to play Gus. Yeah. And those also were honest rolls. Well, they were honest in that that's what you got for damage. They weren't honest in that I did pull punches to keep your character from dying, which I know I said I wouldn't.
Well, that was generous, but let's roll another character this week. So
yeah, that's why I did it. Also, I was like, man, even if you had another character, like, it's gonna be really random. And I'm like, hey, here in the sewer, there's a dude.
He's been hanging out for 1,000 years.
Yeah. Like,
He's been living here for a long, long time.
yeah, like it was gonna be hard to explain. All right.
Oh, you know, like in that King Kong movie where it's the guy from World War II who's been like chilling on the island forever.
You mean like that Archer episode?
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a cool character.
that
Like
worked.
wise beyond his years, a little crazy.
I said Reese don't get sucked down the bathroom tub and then went down the bathroom tub.
You double snake-eyed, and your negative was so bad. Like,
Your rolls, man.
Oh man.
once again, like, I didn't want to kill your character doing that, but he needed he needed the risk of dying from that. Anyway, thanks to everybody on the stream for stopping by, and we'll catch you next time.